this morning. Senator Peterson's online again. And just welcome back to the Tax Committee. It seems like we were just here. We'll begin with an overview of the Kansas Department of Revenue Tax Advocate, Bob Cleland. Oh, Bob, I apologize. I didn't recognize you. I know you by voice. I am one of Bob's biggest fans. I think his biggest fan, though, is Senator Bowers. And if you guys don't know who Bob is, you're going to find out, and you'll be calling him quite frequently.
If you haven't called me by now, you probably don't have any problems.
See, I know the voice, Bob. That's awesome. Well, welcome to the Tax Committee, and I can't thank you enough for all you do for the state of Kansas. Yeah.
Under Joan Wagner. And when she became Secretary of Revenue, she went to her secretary, Frida Warfield, who probably many of you know, and said, I need somebody to handle problems. And who do you have? And she suggested that I do that. So within 30 minutes, she had me up in her office, and we were setting this up. I had really tried to do this several years ago, even though I did it anyway. I had gone to administration at that point and trying to set this position up because I was in administration for about 13 years, and I saw a lot of the things that the department was doing to our taxpayers and things that I thought could be improved on. And so I went to them and asked to do it, and it just didn't go over too big. But when Joan came in, it's set up, and it's been really in force ever since. But I think you all kind of have a handout. It kind of describes some of the things that I do. I can sit here all day and tell you what happens and never cover very much at all. Every day is kind of a new experience. Every time you think you've seen it all, something new comes up. It's just amazing.
Bob, may I set the background a little bit for the committee? They may
Sure.
not realize. So last time, Kristen Wheeler, the chairman of BOTA, had recommended a taxpayer advocate for property taxes. So what we have here is, and most people don't realize this, we have a taxpayer advocate for sales and income taxes, and that is Bob. So we thought by understanding what he does might help us to better reach our goal for a property tax advocate.
Yeah,
So
the difference is, I guess, and I don't know much about property valuation, so basically all I can do is tell you what my position is, and you can take it from there and see if it's beneficial to property valuation. But my position is to cover every tax that's administered by the Department of Revenue, and that's the taxes that are collected, fees, all the money that's collected, and to represent the department. My job is to get things done. It's our letters that go out to our taxpayers sometimes are even hard to understand by the CPAs that do their taxes for them. But they have a process now where if you look at the process over the years, when I first started doing this, I had 30 or 40 appeals every day that were coming in. And of course, most of this was income tax, and it still is, the bulk of it. But it was income tax. I had 30 to 40 appeals coming in. With this process that I set up, we went from a process of all this paper coming back into the department, appealing or somehow providing information in support of the correspondence that went out. So instead of having all these appeals coming in after the fact that have to be logged into the system, accounted for, assigned to someone to work like me, I started the process where everybody in the state now has my email address. They can contact me. When this letter goes out to the taxpayer, which then goes to the preparer, they contact me either by phone or email, preferably by email, and 95% of the time we can work this out, eliminating any appeal that could come into the department. And so all that removes all those appeals from the system. It also reduces all the appeals that could be going into BODA, for example. So the whole process is to make this as quick as possible, get the information out to them, and a lot of this information allows the preparers to be able to prepare a return that comes into the system and clears the process, and so it's never an issue with anyone. That's just real quickly what the process is. But to do this, you have to have the support of the administration, and you have to have they have to have the confidence in me, for example, to let me do the work. If I can't do it, I either have to know the person to go to, or I can seek additional information, or it becomes an appeal that goes on through the process. And there's very few of those that ever happen. So much of this is communication that we have, and we have with the email, you have a history that's right there. So if you ever say, you told me you were going to do this, and it's not happened, just go back to the message and see what you said. It's all there. You don't want to leave it out in the open. A phone call, you lose that history. You can think maybe you said that, but maybe you didn't. In an email message, it's right there, and it's written, and you can go by it. So that's just real quick what the process is. But again, you have to know the system too. One of the things I think that's helped me, I've been through the department. I started here January 2nd, 1976. And I started out as a temporary, doing homestead returns for walk-in customers. And then went into inheritance tax, then became a corporate income tax auditor, then went into administration where we handled every document that came into the department and the money. We had to account for that. It was accounting department. And then from that went into administration through the severance tax, was responsible for that, getting set up. Then I finally got the job that I really wanted when I came into the department, and that was to be head of the income tax department. And so I did that for 10 years, and then this all started, and it's just developed on. So if you have a knowledge of the system, it sure helps you in your ability to work with all the taxpayers and preparers across the state. So.
Well, thank you, Bob. I think that's going to be the hard part, is finding an expert in property tax to help parallel what you're doing. But like I said, I can't thank you enough. I'm one of your biggest fans. I thought it was just a kept secret that I knew about.
Well, it's
No.
one of those things, the more you do, the more you get, because every time you do something for somebody, a preparer, for example, everybody in the firm knows about it.
Well, and I can't tell you how many legislators I've told about, and now, even more know, which is great, and we need to. We need to be able to point people in the right direction. So, committee, any questions? I'm sorry. I need to get into professional mode here. Representative Smith.
That's all right. I'm sure I've been called much worse before. So, Bob, thank you very much for what you do and for coming here today. Did you watch the meeting that we had the last time when BODA was talking about this potential for this position?
No, I did not.
Okay, one of the concerns that was brought up, and it was a concern that I had too, is if we create a similar position for property tax, if it was under the Board of Tax Appeals, it seems like there would be a conflict of interest. I like the idea of having kind of like a one-stop shop for taxpayers. They know who they need to contact. I don't know if it would make sense to try to, if we do something for property taxes, try to put it under your prerogative or under your purview, and maybe have some BODA or PVD folks, if we have somebody that could come in and kind of take that task on for property taxes. But I guess I would just I'd like your opinion. Do you think that's something, if we moved into the property tax forum, that you would see an advantage having it in your office so there is truly a one-stop shop for taxpayers that need assistance?
Well, truly, I really don't know that much about what property valuation does, and I don't know what goes on from there to the Board of Tax Appeals. I'm guessing it's property valuation issues where they are contesting what their tax increase is. To me, it's a lot different, but yet similar, because it's a tax situation. But sometimes it's knowing the system and knowing they may only be talking about a very small increase in their tax liability when they really realized that even though the property taxes have gone up significantly, the effect on them was only minimal. It could be as small as $50, and maybe that's important to them. I don't know. It's just, but a lot of that is having someone with the ability to communicate with that person up front to stop anything further down the line. So I don't know how else to answer that without knowing more clearly what steps go on, what steps they have in property valuation.
Certainly, that's something we would have to decide if we're going to pursue this position. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Communication is the key. That's with property taxes. It's in March when they get their valuation notice from the local governments. That's often when we hear a lot of the protests, even though the budgets haven't been done yet, the taxes haven't actually been, property taxes haven't been calculated, but just getting the communication piece in line so people can understand what went into developing that valuation that folks get in March for their property, I think could go a really long ways. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other committee members? So Bob, one of the questions I have is, you do have the authority to kind of take care of situations. Do you also help navigate people when they're maybe not satisfied with the proposed item, that you help
we've
navigate
adjusted?
them where else to go, or, yes?
Yeah, there's times when you can explain, you have to know your limitations. And so I guess there's times when a person may be complaining significantly. It could be an issue like, you didn't issue a refund to me for the 2020 tax year that they just filed on. They don't realize that there's a 3-year limitation that we have in which we can issue refunds. If a tax return hasn't been filed within 3 years of its due date, it loses we cannot issue a refund to that taxpayer at that point. And a lot of it is just explaining that to them. And there's probably always exceptions to everything. You know, there's even a special claims committee here that you could refer them to if they have special reasons that they did not make that claim during that time frame. And so, I don't know, a lot of it is just knowing if there are other resources available to them that they can pursue.
Well, thank you, Bob. I think this is something the committee, I know myself and Chairman Smith are very interested in pursuing this. We think it would be very helpful. I've had the opportunity to speak to the secretary about it. I know we'll be visiting with the director, Bob Kent, because he will have the expertise or be able to point us in the right direction to find somebody that does. I just think taxpayers need this, and it might help, like you said, lower the amount of BOTA cases that they have before us right now. So any other questions, committee? I'll thank you one last time. Like I said, I would say I'm your biggest fan, but I think Senator Bowers is, so, but we're both big fans. Thank you, Bob, for everything you do.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. Next on the agenda committee is an audit report from it's reviewing the Department of Revenue's procedures to ensure correct payments of sales and compensating use taxes on motor vehicles. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Macy Smith from the Division of Legislative Post Audit. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Post Audit, we are a nonpartisan legislative staff, just like revisers and research. Our role is to provide legislators accurate and unbiased information through our performance audits reports. Generally, the topics we audit are requested by legislators. Today, I will present our motor vehicles tax audit. We conducted our work in late 2023 and early 2024, and then the audit was released in April of 2024. The data we reviewed for this audit was from fiscal year 2023. The question we answered was, does the Kansas Department of Revenue have adequate procedures to ensure all sales and compensating use taxes due on vehicle sales are remitted to the state? So basically, we were asking, what best practices does KDOR have in place to make sure that the taxes collected on motor vehicles were being paid to the state by dealerships and counties who collect those taxes? So throughout this presentation, you will hear me talk about procedures. And when I say procedures, you can swap in the term best practices. And these are things KDOR does to make sure good things are happening and bad things are not happening in regards to collecting motor vehicle taxes. So at a high level, we found that KDOR generally has procedures in place, but they did have a few areas they needed to strengthen in their county processes to help ensure that the state receives its tax revenue on time and in full. So as I go forward and describe more fully what we found in this audit, first I'm going to provide some general background on motor vehicle taxes, and then I'll talk more specifically about the procedures we looked at and what we found KDOR was doing. So first, if you look at page 4 of the audit report, that's our background section, and that is what I'm going to be touching base on here. Anytime someone purchases a motor vehicle that will be used in the state of Kansas, they are either going to pay sales tax or use tax for the vehicle. Sales tax is assessed on vehicles purchased in Kansas. Use tax is assessed on out-of-state purchases when the buyer returns to Kansas. Both rates for the state of Kansas are 6.5%, and that is only the state rate. We did not look at local government sales or use taxes on the sales of motor vehicles. Then there are two main entities who collect motor vehicle taxes. The first is the dealerships, and the other is the county treasurer's offices. If you buy a car at a dealership, you pay taxes there. If you buy a car anywhere else, usually from another person, you pay taxes at the county treasurer's office when you register your vehicle. Also, when someone purchases a vehicle online from a place like maybe Carvana or Vroom, KDOR treats that as a person-to-person sale. That means buyers also pay those taxes at the county treasurer's office when they register their vehicles. Then, both dealerships and treasurer's offices remit what they collect in taxes to the Kansas Department of Revenue. So this audit looked at what was happening at KDOR's procedures. We did not audit the procedures of counties or dealerships. With that said, I am now going to talk about those procedures we looked at and what we found. The procedures we looked at generally fell into two broad categories. The first was training and guidance, and then the second was monitoring and enforcement. I want to note here that throughout my presentation, when I tell you that KDOR has or had procedures, so when you see that green check mark in the report, what we are saying is that they have practices in place to set themselves up for success. We are not saying that these procedures are indicative of whether or not KDOR is collecting every single tax dollar due to them. Our findings on training and guidance procedures start on page 7 of the report. Training and guidance procedures are really procedures that are in the front line of defense to help ensure motor vehicle taxes are remitted. They help educate both counties and dealerships on what they are expected to do when it comes to remitting taxes. It provides education on when they should pay those taxes, what types of reports they need to file, and other requirements of the law. We looked at 3 procedures here. They are listed in Figure 1 on page 8. They were first providing adequate and regular training and guidance. Second, routinely updating guidance. And then third, providing contact information and an accessible way to reach KDOR staff. What we found was that KDOR was generally doing a good job of giving guidance and training to both counties and dealerships. We saw evidence of guidance documents, training opportunities, and signs that KDOR was updating this information periodically. We also noted that there were KDOR staff contacts available to answer questions or help solve problems. Now, although KDOR had guidance and training procedures, we noted a couple areas that could be improved. Sales tax guidance documents were not available in the dealership portal at the time of this audit, but they were available online. But dealerships often use that portal, so this would make it easier for dealerships to have access. Also, only new dealerships were required to have training. Reoccurring training could help ensure dealerships are up to date with current requirements. We recommended that KDOR provide updated sales tax guidance in the portal, and also that they consider offering dealerships a chance to retake training. KDOR reported that the updated guidance and information is being posted in the portal. They also told us that they put a notification in the portal that any dealer needing additional training on sales tax could contact the department. Now I'm going to move into that second category of procedures, monitoring and enforcement. Monitoring is really important because it helps KDOR identify when counties or dealerships either don't remit taxes on time or they didn't remit the right amount. Enforcement is also really important because it sets clear timelines to address any of those issues and makes it clear what penalties could occur if issues are not fixed. First, I'm going to talk about these procedures for counties, then I'll move into dealerships. So for monitoring and enforcement with counties, in the report, this starts on page 9, but on page 10, you can see the 8 different procedures we looked at. These included procedures like having a uniform process for counties to remit taxes. So that would mean, how do counties actually pay those tax dollars to the state? And the primary mechanism we saw here was KDOR's online payment portal. We also looked to see if there were deadlines to remit taxes, processes to identify delinquent remittances, and then when those remittances were delinquent, what were the increasing enforcement actions? For county monitoring and enforcement, we found that there were a couple of areas that could use improvement, but for most of the procedures, KDOR had something in place. The 2 areas that needed improvement were 1, having progressively increasing enforcement actions, and then 2, using data they collect when individuals register their vehicles to identify suspicious sales prices or tax exemptions. First, I'm going to talk about having those progressively increasing enforcement actions. And increasing enforcement actions are those additional and growing steps that KDOR would take the longer that non-payment went along. And we found that KDOR did not have procedures in place for the counties. If those procedures aren't in place, there is a very real risk that the state doesn't receive its full tax dollars or that they aren't received on time. And I say it's very real because we saw it happen. And if you are following along, this discussion begins at the top of page 11. One county from a sample of 11 was late in remittances throughout the course of fiscal year 23. This county incurred around $10 million in overdue sales and use tax remittances over the course of 15 months. And that was for fiscal year 23 alone. We didn't look at if this issue started prior to that or if it continued beyond fiscal year 23. But we do know that the fiscal year 23 issue had been resolved prior to the release of this audit in April of 2024. Now, if KDOR had had a county enforcement process that was triggered by late remittances, it's unlikely this issue would have remained unresolved for so long. And we did issue a recommendation to KDOR that they would implement this missing procedure. They reported to us that they have implemented this procedure by running a monthly report of all county accounts that is distributed to several KDOR staff members in supervisory positions. And as a note, our recommendation process is one where agencies report to us what they did. We don't verify the recommendations that have been implemented unless it is part of another audit. Going back to page 10, you will note that the second enforcement procedure KDOR was lacking was that they were not using county registration data to identify questionable sales prices or tax exemptions. When folks go register their car at a county treasurer's office, those offices use the state system to input vehicle information, sales price, registration information, exemption status, and tax information. That system is called Movers. Monitoring this data both monitors what the counties are doing with data entry and helps flag high-risk transactions. At the time we released this audit, KDOR was pulling individual transactions out of their system for review and quality assurance checks. However, if KDOR had been able to review the movers' data in a more holistic way, they might have been able to spot potential problems, like very low sales prices that didn't make sense, or even data entry errors occurring at the county level, which KDOR could correct through training. We did issue a recommendation to KDOR that they would implement this missing procedure. KDOR reported to us that a pilot project was underway to review commercial vehicle transactions and whether exemption certificates that have been presented are valid or appropriate. Once this project is completed, KDOR reports that their staff plan to explore using county data for personal vehicle transactions. Before I move into talking about the monitoring and enforcement procedures KDOR has in place for dealerships, I want to talk about an analysis we did using the movers data I just discussed. If you look at figure 3 on page 13, you'll see that we took a sample of 88 vehicles to see if their reported sales prices match the fair market value. And really what you see here is that it's a mixed bag. A lot of vehicles sold for undervalue, but a lot sold for overvalue. What we learned from our analysis was that this is very difficult to determine if a sales price makes sense. There are a lot of factors at play. I do want to point out those bars in orange because they show the extremes. The orange bars on the top left of figure 3 show that 14 vehicles, the bottom left of figure 3 show that 14 vehicles sold for at least 50% under value. And then the orange bars in the top right show that 10 vehicles sold for at least 50% over value. Again, this highlights how varied reported sales prices can be. And I want to note here why we selected 50% as our cutoff point. First, this was the same cutoff point that was used in a 2003 LPA audit that covered the same topic. But also, if you start thinking about vehicles valued at, let's say, $1,000, a $500 sales price makes sense, but that is 50% of its value. And we also had some vehicles in our analysis with lower values like this. So it could be that those vehicles that sold for under 50% of their value might be outside of the range of reasonable sales price and misreported, but we can't say that for sure. In our report, we give an example of a 2015 truck that was valued at $7,500, but sold for $100. That could have been a false sale value, but given that our audit team was unable to review the condition of that truck when it sold, or know about prior accidents or have knowledge of other factors that could significantly affect its value, it may have been an appropriate sale price. KDOR staff told us that determining the reasonableness of a vehicle sales price is a challenge for county staff as well. County staff don't go put eyes on the vehicle either. Many times with person-to-person sales, the only evidence of the sale price is the title, which the seller is supposed to fill in and sign. Now I'm going to discuss KDOR's monitoring and enforcement for dealerships. This starts at the top of page 15, and on that same page, you can see the procedures we reviewed. We looked at fairly similar procedures as we did for county monitoring and enforcement. And for all 8 procedures we looked for, we saw evidence that KDOR had them. And this was an improvement from that 2003 audit our office did, where we noted that KDOR's efforts to ensure that dealerships were remitting all the sales taxes they collected weren't as effective as they could be. In the 2024 audit, the audit team was looking to see if there was a standard way that taxes could be remitted. We were looking for processes to identify delinquent dealerships and notify them of their late payments. We also looked to see if there were progressively increasing enforcement actions, that license renewals could be denied if dealerships had outstanding taxes, and if KDOR was conducting risk-based audits of dealerships. And as I said, we saw evidence that KDOR had these procedures. One procedure I want to highlight for you is that dealerships cannot renew their license if they are not in good standing, meaning that they have remitted their taxes in full or have a payment plan in place. And dealerships have to renew their dealership license every year. So every 12 months, if a dealership is not in good standing, they may not get their dealership license renewed. Before I wrap up here, I did want to touch on 2 other findings from this report, and you will see those starting on page 19. First, one of the challenges we came across during the course of this audit was that most procedures were not written down. We only saw 3 of KDOR's 19 practices written down. While our audit team was able to see that the procedures existed, not having them written down can be problematic when, for example, staff with institutional knowledge leave their positions. We issued a recommendation to KDOR on this topic, recommending that they formally document their procedures. KDOR reported to us that they have implemented this recommendation. Again, this is not something that LPA has audited further at this time. The second finding I wanted to discuss relates to the movers database. If you'll recall, the movers database is what collects vehicle registration data from county treasurers across the 105 counties. We saw the movers database had significant data entry errors that prevented KDOR from doing a statewide analysis. And it also prevented us from using that data set to select a projectable sample of vehicles to evaluate the sales prices and taxes collected from across the state. However, I want to clarify that I am speaking of the data as a whole. I am not saying that the individual vehicle registration records are unreliable. However, there were systematic data entry errors that made it difficult to take that bird's eye view for analysis and spot high-risk transactions. For example, 26% of entries for fiscal year 23 appeared to be duplicated. One reason this may occur is from county staff re-entering a vehicle transaction without properly backing out entries. We also recommended to KDOR that they develop and implement a process to improve the accuracy of existing and ongoing vehicle registration data submitted through movers. KDOR told us that it was still in progress. They said they were currently refining the vehicle registration report, but that the report is still in production. So wrapping up, in summary, of the 19 procedures we reviewed, KDOR showed evidence of having 17 of those procedures. Additionally, KDOR lacked in a couple of areas when it came to monitoring and enforcement procedures for counties. But since this report was issued in April of 2024, KDOR has reported to LPA that they have done work to implement those procedures. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Macy. Committee, any questions for Macy? Representative Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for the audit, and thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that if dealerships do not, if they're slow in remitting their taxes, there's some penalties or possible fallback. Is there any kind of penalty, and maybe this is something the department can answer easier, but in my area, northwest Kansas, rural Kansas, we have a lot of dealerships that will sell items as under a farm or a tax exempt status that may not actually qualify. And then it's the treasurers that have to try to figure out whether or not this exemption applies. I think the dealerships frequently say it's just easier to give the customer the tax exemption, and then if they owe, they'll correct that at the treasurer's office. But is there any type of tracking on those exemption pieces? And is there any, I don't know if retribution is the right word or not, but is there any penalty for those dealerships that might be consistently improperly giving exemptions?
I cannot speak to the dealerships maybe improperly giving exemptions for that,
Okay.
so.
I'll save that question for the department. Thank you.
Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Very, very good audit report. I really appreciate that. And I don't want to speak for Secretary Burghardt, but I know how much he appreciates those audits as well. A couple of questions around county enforcements. I don't know, did you have enough, did you have enough information to tell if it was the same counties that were repeat offenders, or could you tell?
We only looked at 11.
Yeah.
And so one issue was flagged actually by KDOR staff. And when they reported to the LPAC committee, they said that it was an anomaly. And we didn't look at a larger sample, so I couldn't tell you.
And the enforcement actions, you mentioned that the department could maybe take some more enforcement actions. Could you remind me what some of those might be? Do they need to send somebody to the county, or do they send them a letter, or what are some of those enforcement actions that Revenue could take with the counties?
So at that time, they had one staff member who worked closely with the counties. And so it appeared to be that only that one staff member knew that it was late. And so so what they had reported doing to address it was just letting somebody else above that staff member know so it could maybe push that further. So,
Very good. Thank you. And again, great report. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is on if a family member gifts a vehicle to another family member, how is that handled? Is that $0 amount that was put in the place that they put the value of the vehicle and signed, or do they put gifted, or how does that work, and where does it show up as far as in then the taxation piece?
It's my understanding there's a special form that you fill out if you're giving your car to somebody lineal who's either a grandparent, parent, or grandchild, child. So.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, and again, I appreciate the report. I wondered in your definition on page 4 of motor vehicles, it says examples of motor vehicles include cars, SUVs, vans, and ATVs. Would RVs be in there too?
I don't know. I would have to go poke around a little more on some of our underlying information, if you would like.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On your chart, when you talk about 88 vehicles that were reviewed, were those all private sales, or does that include dealer sales as well?
That also included dealer sales as well.
Do you know what percentage of those was dealer versus private?
I could not speak to that off the top of my head, but I could go look at our data.
Because as I recall from the 2003 study, that the number that sold below market value was significantly higher, but I think they might have only looked at private sales back then.
They did only look at private sales.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Macy, I have a couple questions for you. You said that duplicate records was one of the issues on data. Could you give us some other samples of what you saw?
I would have to go
Oh,
again.
okay. It's
pull
been a
that.
while.
It has been a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't know. I just don't understand where the errors would be coming from with the data input. And I get the duplicate, but I'm not sure why that data isn't being backed out once it's found that it's duplicate, or is nobody looking at that to dedupe the data? Do you know?
What we were seeing is at that holistic level, there weren't checks to deduplicate it or see if there were, because they were just pulling out a file at a time and not at that bird's eye view.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind emailing Eddie and to the committee what other data errors you saw.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other question, committee? No. Okay. Representative Turner.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Just to follow up to Representative Sawyer's question, I'm curious why the departure from what 2003 looked only at private sales and then your sample this year included both dealer sales, which would explain why some of these are probably way over fair market value. Thank you.
With the data that we had and were given, there was not a way to flag, was it a dealership sale? Was it a private sale? So trying to parse that out was almost impossible.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, Secretary Burkhart is here. I didn't know if you wanted to address the committee on the audit or anything, or if there was any questions for the secretary. I know there, if you would like to come up. Okay, great. Thank you, Macy.
Thank you.
Have to deal with our mover system, our motor vehicle registration system, which, as I recall, 2012 was when it was implemented. It seems like daily we are doing deployments to that system. We work very closely with the county treasurers to address improvements to the system on an ongoing basis. At some point in time, that system will be replaced, and perhaps a number of these concerns will be taken care of through a new system. There was a reference to one particular county being out of compliance in terms of remitting to the state timely. In the sample, there were 11, and that one county was identified. I would suggest to you that there was reasonable cause for that issue with that county related to a cyber attack. So other than that, counties are very, very compliant. In terms of penalties for counties that aren't in compliance, and again, the compliance is not an issue, but I'm not sure what the department's authority is to force the hand of a county at this point. But certainly when we deal with dealers, we have plenty of authority to deal with them, including license revocation, if we're not satisfied they're in compliance with Kansas tax law.
So thank you, Mr. Secretary. Maybe JCIT or another committee could help look into the mover system. If I remember correctly, that was the one with the bandwidth. They hadn't tested the bandwidth when it came online. There were major problems from the beginning of that system. So I agree with you that definitely outdated and maybe some room for improvement.
Yeah, it's just absolutely essential that we have participation by the county treasurers in the development of any system in this area. They are absolutely critical partners with the department.
Yeah, it's been my experience that most systems that fail, they didn't talk to the users. Yeah. So, committee, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Committee, next on the agenda, we're running a little early. Is Wayne online? Okay, let's go ahead and turn our attention then to the 1115 item, the Kansas Taxpayer Valuation Uniformity Concerns. Ellen, welcome to the Tax Committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I honestly am stunned that Kansas tax owners aren't standing in the street with pitchforks. Not that I'm advocating for violence, but the level of frustration and desperation I'm hearing is overwhelming. Nearly every person I've spoken to regarding this issue has real fear in their voice.
So Ellen, before you keep going, would you introduce yourself?
Yes.
Yes, okay, you're getting there, I'm sorry. She wrote, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, yeah.
They have real fear in their voice. They're saying things like, I don't know how I'm going to stay in business, or I can't keep raising prices on my customers and on my tenants, or how I'm even going to stay in my home. You have the authority to collar the counties and municipalities, and you need to do so. But you need to know that they're out of control first, and that's why I'm here. My name is Ellen Riedel. My husband and I own both residential and commercial properties. We are small business owners, and I'm also a realtor. I live in Ellis, Kansas, which is a population of about 1,900 people, and like many small towns in Kansas, we struggle with aging and depressed properties. However, instead of giving up on our community, my husband and I have made it a mission to help restore it. In 2022, we bought what was arguably the biggest eyesore in town. It was the old bowling alley. It sits right off the interstate. It had been abandoned for over 20 years. There was no wiring, no plumbing. The roof was caving in. Everything that could be stripped and sold had been. But we saw potential, and my husband turned it into a beautiful venue. And what was our reward? Massive tax increases. In 2022, they went from $3,510.52 to $20,810.28. That is a 492% increase. A 492% increase. We paid under protest, hired an attorney, and I started making phone calls. Thankfully, Senator Tyson, outside our district, told us about Senate Bill 13 that had passed. And this bill clearly states that general maintenance cannot increase the valuation of a property. This law was created for properties just like this one. Excitedly, I brought this information to our unelected county appraiser. The value in tax dropped slightly, but it's not nearly enough to make this business sustainable. Now the county appraiser blames the mill levy, and it's just a vicious circle. If everything is supposed to remain revenue neutral, then why are property taxes still skyrocketing out of control? Here's something to consider. Commercial and residential property should both be distinguished. Both generate property tax income, but commercial also generates sales tax and employment tax revenue. So maybe commercial property should get even a smaller tax cap on increased limits. This building in particular, we took a risk and turned a non-functioning eyesore into something that buys things, sells things, creates jobs, and more importantly, it benefits the other businesses in our town and small towns around it, like the restaurants, hotels, service stations, and boutiques, creating more sales tax revenue for the state of Kansas. Did we get a pat on the back or thank you? Nope. We got bent over. And I know that's not ladylike, but you need to know that this is happening. Now, I realize that local taxing authorities are going to be completely against this, but if they are this out of control across the state and other property owners feel the way I do, I know that they will be for this. Some suggestions. Enforce laws that are already on the books, like Senate Bill 13. Counties need to be held accountable when they ignore the law, when they're breaking the law. You need to collar them. Protect community revitalization. Rather than punishing people for improving their properties, encourage it. Cap property valuations at 3% or less. Use other states like Oklahoma as precedents. I own property there. It works. Implement a senior freeze at age 65 for qualifying seniors. Our seniors have worked their whole lives to pay off their mortgages and now have to pay the government to live there. In some instances, they're having to pay more than they ever did in their mortgage payments. And we're pushing them out of their homes, and we should be ashamed of that. We should also implement a 100% exemption for qualifying veterans. One argument I've heard against using Oklahoma as precedent is Oklahoma doesn't use property taxes to fund operations. They use sales tax for things like parks and police, where Kansas uses property taxes. Okay, so why don't we ask this question? Why is Kansas sales tax on average 6.5% and Oklahoma sales tax on average 4.5%? I understand that there is opposition in some of the lobbying voices regarding this 3% cap evaluation, but let me be clear, this is not a reflection on my position, nor is it a reflection on many others or most realtors or brokers that I've spoken to across the state of Kansas. We need relief, and we need it yesterday. You should have with you a couple spreadsheets. I need to let you know I did not put those together. A fantastic attorney did, but the information was gathered from the Kansas Reflector as well as Ballotpedia and Dave Trabert's testimony from September 18th. I found this to be so eye-opening. I think we should just pay attention to a few counties, start with Ellis County, even though my representatives aren't here. I feel like if they would have had this information, maybe they would have voted differently in March. And then maybe we can focus on a few counties that are represented here in this room because it's really overwhelming. Ellis County. Let me explain how it's broken out. Okay, so it's broken out by county in columns of residential valuations increases between 2021 and 2024, populations of those counties, the percentage of population as it pertains to Kansas, and then you should have two, one that says 25% and then 10%. Let's start with the 25%, and that has a growth of 25% or greater in valuation increases, and then voter turnout per county. So in Ellis County, we had an increase of 29.9% in valuations between 2021 and 2024. Remember, the goal is 3%. If we look at Representative Smith, if we look at Cheyenne County, people there had an increase of 61.3% between 21 and 2024. And Decatur County had an increase of 34.2%. I noticed that you were also against it in March, the reform. Rawlings County, 24%. Sherman County, 32%, 24% in Wallace County. Representative Wolf, Cloud County had an increase of 38%. Saline County, 22%. Ottawa County, 36%. I see that you were also not in favor of that in March.
Ellen, can we stay on topic and not point out how legislators voted?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. What is interesting about this information is if you go all the way down, okay, so if you go to the 25% and go all the way down, there's a number, 83.7% of Kansas voters had an increase of 25% or more in valuations between 2021 and 2024. That's 84% of Kansas voters had an increase of 25% or more, which I find incredible. So the next one, same information, okay, broken out the same way, except that it's 10% rather than 25%, okay? So if you go all the way down, you'll notice that 99.8% of Kansas voters had an increase of tax valuations of 10% or more. Remember, 84% of them had 25% or more, okay? Rather than ending this on a negative note, let's end it on a positive one. So rather than looking at, holy crap, this is awful, 99% of Kansas voters have an increase of property evaluations, we can look at it in, you have the power to positively change the lives of 99% of your voters in Kansas. I mean, life-changing. I know what 29% has done to our pocketbook. I promise you, the voters in your counties are going to be slapping you high fives and patting you on the back, and you are going to be heroes. I know that you can change our lives by implementing tax reform. And I just thank you in advance for letting me participate in this process, and I just think we need to go out there and be heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Committee, do you have any questions? Senator Clayton. I mean, Representative, I'm doing it again, guys.
It's okay. I'll try my best
It's a
not to cry
habit.
in public.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you for coming here today. When you mentioned the bowling alley, I started looking some things up because I know that we do offer some tax credits for revitalization. So obviously it doesn't qualify for it. I would imagine the bowling alley wasn't on the National Register, but I looked it up and that bowling alley was built in 1960. And so it does, or it would have qualified for the commercial restoration and preservation credit. Did you all apply for that? Because I mean, when did you all start revitalizing it? Because if you had started in 2010 or any time afterwards, that's a qualified property under that. So
No, we didn't. However, our county, we were trying to work with our county because they did have some kind of, they were trying to implement a revitalization program as well. However, it took effect after that date, so it did not apply to us.
okay, so I always
I
try
get
to
it,
look
I
because
get it, yep.
you know, both being on the tax and the commerce committee, we talk a lot about rural revitalization, especially in some of our smaller towns. And so as we get kind of these mid-century structures that are sort of coming of age, just trying to, you know, find some solutions that are already existing in statute and see if we can help you out.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. Going back to Senate Bill 13, I think that we really need to take a look at helping more than just one property owner, because that could help many properties. I know in Ellis County, if people are taking depressed properties, whether it be one that qualifies for that or not, they need to be able to go into the county appraiser and say, this is general maintenance. And I know, I've heard that there's problems between general and improvement. That seems to be an issue, right? I don't know. Right, yeah.
Yes,
So, go ahead.
and the interpretation of maintenance
Right.
versus, yeah, so we do have more work to do on that. That was language, when we passed revenue neutral, to me, that was very important, but the more important piece was that of the increased property taxes for normal maintenance to hold. I had a city manager from Concordia came up to me after we finished that legislation. She was so excited because she felt like people would actually take care of their property and not be in fear of their property taxes
Correct.
increasing. So we probably do have more work to do on that. But if, yeah, I won't get into policy right now. We're here to, I mean, we're here to talk about policy, but to hear your story and to ask you questions on your experience. So any other questions? Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here. This is helpful information and really well put together and well presented. The challenge one of the challenges that I see, I think we all have a shared goal in trying to lower property taxes, but there is a bit of a kind of a squeezing of the balloon effect that I worry about because we already have a very high sales tax in Kansas. And so I'm just reluctant to I just don't know if my constituents would say, well, we're just going to lower your property taxes and jack up your sales taxes. So there's just sort of like a squeezing of we get lower property taxes, but you're just squeezing that part, and then the sales tax part of it kind of expands. So I'm trying to think of what could be a long-term durable solution, because our sales tax in Kansas is already so high that I'm reluctant to go down a path of raising sales taxes. So thank you.
All our taxes are high in Kansas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See, I wondered, so you bought this property and then your page 1 shows the valuations are going up, and you say that you paid under protest, hired an attorney. So how long did that appeal process? I assume you went to the Board of Tax Appeals at some point?
No, in fact.
Oh, you didn't? I just wondered how, did it get litigated and what came of that? Thank you.
Okay, yep. So this has been a learning process for us. I'm just learning about BOTA and everything now. So the process actually didn't take that long. I should have probably gone in and protested it sooner, but because, not to create or to have excuses or anything, but it got filed in my vertical file during that time of our life until I received the tax bill and was like, oh my goodness. So then we had to file a protest. We hired an attorney because we were just overwhelmed with life at that time. I would say the whole process took, I don't know, 6 months or so. I don't remember. But again, like I said, it's a learning process.
But that process wasn't with the Board of Tax Appeals, that was just with the local,
Correct.
a local
Yep,
appraiser?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you had to you had to pay at the higher assessed rate during that process?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Committee, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Our next conferee is Wayne Allison. He's joining us online. Thank you, Wayne.
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can.
Okay. Is there a way that I can share here? Can I share a screen?
Yes.
Somebody needs to let me in the door.
I think you're fine, Wayne. We can hear you, we can see you, and I think if you share your screen, we'll be able to see it.
No, I understand, ma'am. It just says content sharing is unavailable.
Oh. Yes, he's changing the parameter now.
There we go. Okay. Can you see that?
It's blank, Wayne.
It's blank. Okay, well, I will say share again.
Do you want
Any better?
to? It's still a blank screen for us. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
Do you
don't know
mind
either.
just talking to your testimony and then you could email it to Eddie for the committee?
You bet, absolutely.
That would be
I just
great.
made a series of notes here. Just so you know, I'm not an expert. I'm an attorney in Oklahoma. I do not own Kansas property. I do have a master's in economics, and I'm decent with math. And I have a bunch of friends and some family in Kansas, and one of which just spoke to you. And I've done a ton of legislative things here in Oklahoma. So I said, hey, look, I've got some history of this. I've got some wins. I've got some losses. I'm happy to look at whatever you've got. So much of the data that I've got is comparable to what she put together. So first, let me say this. I was also not here in 1996 when Oklahoma put their first cap on valuations. It's how they did it. I was here for the 2012 amendment, which the first cap was 5% increase. The second was a 3% max on agricultural property and if you have a homestead exemption. So I did talk to a number of folks, lobbyists that were around here and various folks that remembered it. And they said the main thrust of the argument was, hey, we're out of control. This is runaway. And the numbers, I didn't pull the historical numbers of pre-96, but my understanding is, just anecdotally from talking to folks, that it looked a lot like the graphs that you guys have with your property taxes. So it was basically a mandate. It passed 74%. Public employees were against it. Farm Bureau was for it. And the world didn't blow up. The gloom and doom that everyone said it's going to happen didn't happen. Now we have our own problems. We are number 50 in education here now. We still got cockfights if you want to go find one. So we got problems, no doubt. But the initial 5% max was passed 74%. 2012, taking it to 3% on ag and homestead passed 68%. The chart, I'll kind of go through that, and I can email this. I've got similar data as what Ellen presented, which I think is astonishing, and I think she ended on a wonderful high point. You have 99.8% of your citizens have been affected by at least a 10% increase. I mean, that's just damn near everybody. This committee, I pulled out your increases for your counties, and this committee averages a 30.8% increase over that 21 to 24 period. The average across the state is 35.1. So this committee's doing a little better anyway than the overall population. Well, and this is, some of the stuff is graphical, so I'll obviously with the screen sharing problem can't do that, but I just looked at this on its face, and it's a 5.8% national average of property tax increases. So a 32% in Kansas is 450% higher than that, one of the highest in the nation. And again, looking at it from like an economics perspective, you would think, well, people will get tired of that and they will simply vote out their local leaders. Well, that clearly, it didn't happen here in Oklahoma. And it's not happening in Kansas either. So that appears to not be the control point. And it's very difficult, obviously, as Ellen pointed out, elderly and low income folks. Now, I did look and try to dig into what's the opposition to this? And I will stipulate, this is a tough equation. The reference that the guy made here a minute ago about the balloon, I get that. I think it's very tough math to get there, but I do think there are some options. It is a tough nut that Oklahoma uses sales tax to fund operations and Kansas doesn't. But I think that's workable. Maybe the number's not 3%. Maybe it's 8%. I don't know. That's where, you guys have the experts and a tax commission that can hopefully give you some kind of balance. But the point is, doing nothing, as folks said to me that were here in 96, doing nothing is not an option here. It's just absolutely not an option because it's out of control. Another argument that I've heard against putting a cap is to prevent local autonomy, uh, or, uh, or to preserve, I should say, local autonomy. Well, again, I just don't know that that is a problem here in Oklahoma. Um, you can concoct a calculus that says, well, if you do this, you're going to have this disparity in old homes and new homes. I don't know that we have that here. Again, just anecdotally talking to people that have been around this now for decades, they said, well, that's not what happened. It didn't manifest here. And they're familiar with all of these arguments. Another one that I dug into a little bit was the complexity, because I stipulate there would be and is greater legal and administrative complexity in implementing a cap. That said, again, Oklahoma did it, and we're 50th in education, so we're not the smartest folks, but we got it done. The last argument that I heard against it was that it actually, no caps improve and increase generational wealth. And I guess the economics part of me says that's crazy. It's like, it seems like it will lower actual sales prices, disincentivize buyers. And it was just the craziest thing I'd heard. It reminded me of what my old drunken Uncle Benny used to say, which was, "Moo." So makes no sense. Fact of the matter is, these bad outcomes have not happened in Oklahoma, not that I can find. But for something to consider, I did a little bit of legal research here. There are some states, and I didn't crack who it was, but you can find them. They have a middle ground option, which I thought was reasonable, is cap the increases. And if a local taxing authority is forecasting that they're going to need more, vote on it. Vote on it locally. And back to the original point, somebody needs to put some management parameters around the people that are taxing locally. Right now, it appears that there's very little. And if everybody wants something, let them vote on it. Simple as that. Another thing we have here, which is for seniors, 65 and older, they can apply for a homestead valuation freeze. So if they've taken and declared for the homestead exemption, they can have their valuation frozen for the remainder of their life or as long as they live in that property. So the bottom line in summary is, again, I'm not an expert, but my anecdotal research here and a little bit of legal and numerical research says the Oklahoma model got to a point where they said, we have to do something. And there are different options out there, but something needs to be done to put some kind of control and require local taxing authorities to manage and plan. So that's really all I've got to say. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but there you go.
Thank you, Wayne. And Kansas does have a property tax freeze program for seniors and 50% or more disabled veterans. In fact, we wouldn't have that program if it wasn't for Representative Smith, myself, and a few others that have worked very hard on that program. Senator Holland brought it to us years ago, and we were able to implement it. I think most Kansans don't know that it exists is the problem. So, committee, any questions for Wayne? Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here, Wayne. It's good to hear about the Oklahoma experience with this. I'm the balloon guy, and so I do kind of just go back to that question of what has Oklahoma had to raise sales taxes after this went into effect, and just kind of curious what that experience has been on from a sales tax perspective.
Well, our average sales tax is 4.5%. So I don't think we've had to do anything crazy. I know
Was
I
that
live in Oklahoma.
changed at all with when this cap went into effect? Do you know if that was altered at all?
I don't know that. That's a great question. I don't know that. I kind of did this on the fly to research into it. And Senator Tyson asked me to speak today. And
Yeah.
so that's why I started off saying I'm not an expert and I haven't done expert research on this. I do know that we have in Oklahoma County, we will have sales tax increases, but they put them up for a vote. And there's usually a project, right? I mean, we've done things surrounding the Thunder, for example. We got the Thunder here, and that's huge for the economy. And it required some sprucing up all over the place. And so that has happened regularly. But again, the thing that I like about it is, people vote on it, right? I mean, you guys want to do this or not? We're going to make a big park here. We're going to do something. And so we have local taxing authority promotions here, and we'll vote.
Mm-hmm. No, that.
Let me explain real quick so you understand Oklahoma. Oklahoma has both. They have assessment limit of 3% on agriculture and residential and a 5% on commercial. And they also have revenue limits, what he's talking about, property tax revenue limits, which require a vote of the people to go over. So Oklahoma has both of those in place, just so the committee understands. Thank you, Wayne. Go ahead, Senator Corson.
Oh, thank you. And again, no, it was great having you here, Wayne. Yeah, I just think it's kind of a heck of a pickle for folks like us because I think we're all for lower property taxes, but we're all against higher sales taxes. And so we're trying to, I think, collectively kind of figure out how to square that circle. And I do think to some degree it comes down to for each of our constituents, and they would all feel differently, and we all have different districts, and they would all feel differently. But it's to some degree what level of service folks feel like is appropriate and they're willing to pay for. I think that has also got to be a part of sort of the discussion. So, but again, appreciated very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, any other questions for Wayne? Oh, yeah. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'll look forward to getting the information in your testimony. Without having that to follow along, you'd mentioned something I just wanted to clarify. You had said you'd done some research that I think it was the committee members had like a 32, maybe my numbers are incorrect, I didn't write it down, but like a 32% increase in valuation. And then you'd said that nationally it's like a 5.8%. Do you remember those numbers?
Right. It's 5.8% national average property tax increase is the number I found.
Okay.
And for this committee, I took the members of this committee and I fished them out of the data and built the chart based on just those numbers. And you guys all average 30.8%. See, Iowa and Morton County, let's say overall are the lowest. The high is Lynn at 66%. Oh my. Looks like Seward is at 13.5% of the population of just this committee. Seward wins 13.5. Tyson loses 66. The average is 30.8.
Okay, and I'm just curious, those numbers, is that the percent increase in valuation, or is that the increase in their property tax?
That is the percent increase. I believe it was value. It's the data from the Kansas Policy Institute 2025 data published in September, I believe. Somebody
Okay.
provided me that report. That's where the number comes from.
Okay, and then the 5.8, is that also valuation, or is that actual property taxes?
That's actual property tax increase percent.
Okay, so that's my main concern, and that's one of the reasons I kind of have some concerns about the valuation cap. We have to be careful when we're comparing percentages because capping valuation doesn't always translate into capping the actual property taxes paid. And we have to be careful we don't try to compare apples and oranges there. I'm much more interested, Kansas doesn't have any budgetary limits. We have what's called a revenue neutral law where the local governments compare what they're proposing for the taxes, ad valorem taxes for the following year based on the current year's taxes. And if they're increasing spending, they have to vote to exceed that revenue neutral mill levy. I think it would be much more effective to put in a limit increase on the actual amount of tax dollars that each local government can levy versus the valuation. Because if my concern, and everybody here has probably heard it more than they care to, but if you cap valuation, we have no parameters to prevent the local governments from simply increasing the mill levy, and then that doesn't translate into actual tax relief. But I mainly wanted to double check those numbers, the 5.8% and the 30.8%, just to make sure if we were talking apples and apples or apples and oranges there.
Oh, I get it. And fair question. And we got the same thing. I mean, we've got a mill levy, and so your valuation may go up 5% here on your home, but your actual tax amount may increase more than 5%. That's not a theoretical thing. That is a real thing. It can happen. It does happen. But again, the point is, we have something and that tries to meet the objective of we need to force local governments not to just take the easy way here and just raise taxes. That was the impetus behind Oklahoma's movement in the 90s.
Thank you, Wayne. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know you indicated you're not an expert, but a question: to your knowledge, do local units of government have the authority for sales taxes for general purposes?
I do not know that.
Okay.
It's a good question. Yeah, I just do not know that.
All right, that's fine. We can garner that information. I might add, Madam Chairman, that as a senator who has 3 counties that border Mr. Allison's state, Oklahoma, I have so many individuals since my time in the legislature, which is since 2005, who have moved into Oklahoma because they are a lower tax state, and I have heard no complaints from any of these individuals whom I regularly see at church and other places complaining about services or anything. They're glad they've moved, which is a sad commentary on our state. So my point, Madam Chairman, for the committee's benefit is we may not want to follow Oklahoma in everything, but there are some things we may want to follow Oklahoma in because we cannot continue to bleed from Senate District 15 residents into Oklahoma just because of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Carlson. I am having deja vu. Carl Turner. I was thinking about the previous chairman, Representative Carlson. I learned from one of the best. So sorry, Representative Turner.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, so you implemented this years ago, it sounds like. Is that right, back in the 90s?
Right.
So do you have complaints or concerns about 2 properties? You're saying it's capped at 3% for residential. So I might live next door to a house that's valued much differently than mine because those folks just moved in and they're paying a current rate, and I've been there for 20 years capped. So do you have issues of people claiming inequity because other like properties are valued very differently?
I've never heard that. And again, this is not my area of expertise, but I did talk to a number of folks, legislative staffers, lobbyists, a legislator, and folks that are in the business community that have been here forever. And never heard that.
To clarify, that is the way it works though, right? So if I purchase a house, then I'm marked to market kind of, whereas the house next door may be
Right.
capped for years. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it is 5%. The 3% is if you have the homestead exemption, which anyone can get, and then the um, ag property. But everyone else is 5%. But I've never heard anybody any kind of complaints like you described. And referencing what the other fellow said, this may be something good to follow Oklahoma on and tweak the model as you need to for your own math. But boy, we got a whole bunch of stuff you don't want to follow us or have anything to do with, I'll promise. But this one seems like they got it right.
So committee, any other questions? Oklahoma law, if you get a chance to go look at it, which I would recommend, their constitution is very detailed, I would say, on what they have with property taxes. Ours is simple compared to what they have, but thank you, Wayne, very much for your testimony.
Hey, thank you guys. Good luck with it.
Thank you. Committee, our next conferee is Jeff Blubaugh. Jeff, are you online?
Yes, can you guys see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. You're a little muffled, though, if you,
Okay, can you hear me okay now, or do I need to make?
yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Would you just like me to go into my letter, Senator? Honorable members of the Interim Committee on Taxation, I'm providing you the written testimony as an individual based on my personal experiences, observations, professional background as a real estate broker, and feedback from constituents. The topic I wish to address is the inconsistency in the valuation of properties, which I believe undermines the fairness and accuracy of our property tax system. As a real estate broker, I understand that an appraisal is a fundamental and educated opinion. However, in Sedgwick County, I've observed significant discrepancies in how properties are valued.
Jeff, I would ask that you give us an overview. We have a
Okay.
written copy, so
Yes,
could you
ma'am.
just tell your story,
Oh,
please?
okay.
Just tell
Basically,
your story.
yep. I've had issues with the property tax valuation for years, and it seems over the last 4 years it has just gotten worse. As a county commissioner in Sedgwick County, I appealed 31 properties as more of a case study to walk through the process. And I read a lot of this testimony from the Sedgwick County Commission bench back in May. Of those 31 properties, there was not $1 of change. Now, since then, I have taken these 31 properties to the municipal court to the next level, and I got my feedback. There was no change there. As far as BOTA, I have a case from 3 years ago that BOTA has still not heard. This is on a property that I own in another county. It was our family ranch, and we had done a handful of proms and venue things, more of a donation back to the community. Our taxes went from 1,500 to 15,000 a year because they had changed it from a residential to a commercial property. Now I'm in year 3. I still have not been in front of BOTA, but I just want to give an example here. I paid $45,000 in taxes on a building that I built on my property that I only spent $50,000 to build on, and I still have not been able to be heard by BOTA. Now, the way I look at it, if I would not have had the money to pay those taxes, I would be 1 year away from being foreclosed on and sold at a tax sale. So I just, the inconsistencies are they're just all over the place. I'm just looking for some kind of standard valuation system.
Thank you, Jeff. Committee, any questions? So, oh, yeah, sure. Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said I want to understand this right. Was this your residential property you built a building on for 40, it cost you 50,000 and you paid 45,000 of property taxes?
Yep. It's our family farm down in Harper County, Representative Sawyer.
Oh, so it's not in Sedgwick County, it's
Yep, it's outside of the county, but I'm just giving an example of how I believe the system's broken.
What happened is it was an agriculture property, and agriculture properties are classified as commercial. It's a commercial building, and so the property taxes on it, that's what he's talking about. I know it's a little confusing.
But still, I mean, if you only spent 50,000 on it, that just, how can you have 45,000 on property taxes? The taxes are 45,000, the actual taxes are 45,000.
15,000 per year over 3 years.
Oh, 3 years, but still, okay.
What I'm stating is I still have not been heard by BOTA over this issue, so
when did you file for your BOTA case?
Resolution,
Yeah, so when did you file your BOTA case?
3 years ago.
So you've been waiting 3 years to get,
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I think he's pointed out several problems, not just, it's the BOTA case, but he's paying for that building again in 3 years with property taxes. So the valuation system has failed. And we had a good conversation on that, Jeff. We've got to do something. That's, yeah.
And that was a lot of the reason that I did my 31 cases within Sedgwick County to see if it was any better within the county. And it's just my background is I'm a Six Sigma black belt, is statistics, and it's just not statistically possible to have an opinion that's completely correct over the 31 times, and there wasn't $1 of change in anything. And I guess I'm looking at it like, as a real estate broker with over 25 years of experience, if I don't have the education and knowledge to go in and get $1 of change from the valuation, how would we expect our citizens to be able to do that?
So basically, the valuation process is broken. Any other questions, committee? And I want to say, this is not a reflection of PVD. They are doing what we have put the parameters on. So we need to take a good, hard look at this. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being with us today, Jeff. Committee, Chris Wilson was not able to make it today, so I think she's going to join us in November to visit about valuations. She's got a very similar story to Jeff's. Eddie, do you want to give the oil and gas valuation depletion? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. In front of you, you should have two documents from me. One of them is a slide deck that kind of the bright blue color, and then the other one is something that I'll get to near the end, but do want you to have it handy. It's just a table with county mineral valuation statistics for the last 5 or 6 years in front of you there. So this is an overview of the Oil and Gas Valuation Depletion Trust Fund, kind of a bit of legislative history for it and some mechanics in terms of how that fund worked during the years in which it was in place, just in case it is something that either it specifically or a different version of it, or it as a model for a broader kind of valuation change trust fund approach is something that the legislature wants to consider as an option for the state. And so as a background for this, the Oil and Gas Valuation Depletion Trust Fund history was created by legislation enacted in 2005. The bill itself that it was enacted by was House Bill 2390. As is often the case in this building and in tax committees, or this actually went through the budget committees. However, that was not the bill in which those contents originated. They originated in 2005 Senate Bill 128. And so if you want to look up the hearing and see the minutes on that, you'll need to look up SB 128 because HB 2390 was an unrelated bill out of the gate, but the Senate Ways and Means Committee I believe it was an outright gutting of that bill and inserting this and some other oil and gas provisions into that. This followed up on the heels of 2004 legislation that contained somewhat similar provisions but limited to I guess it would have just been called the Gas Valuation Depletion Trust Fund. It did not relate to oil. It was just natural gas. And it also contained some additional provisions related to higher education that was actually vetoed in 2004 and not overridden. And so in 2005, the legislature came back, looked at the governor's 2004 veto message, made some changes to the proposal, most specifically universalizing it a little bit by virtue of adding oil, but also not including those education provisions that were wholly unrelated to this specific issue, and then passed it then, and it was signed into law. The 2005 enactment of this did not go into effect really in any meaningful way until 2009. So this was very forward-looking legislation. The thought kind of at the time was if the goal here is to create a trust fund that is going to create a cushion for the eventuality of the state's property valuation as it relates to minerals and mineral leaseholds, then you don't want to create a trust fund that is going to upset the apple cart. The whole goal of the trust fund was to make this smooth and seamless and avoid upsetting apple carts down the line. So the 2005 legislature did not want to upset the apple cart at the present in terms of enacting it. And so what the fund was it was designed to kind of acknowledge the fact that the Hugoton gas field was lessening its production kind of on an annual basis at that point, and that while much of Southwest Kansas had enjoyed relatively lower property tax rates for many years by virtue of having such high valuations related to mineral leasehold value, that wasn't always going to be the case. That was kind of the underlying thought as it related to the creation of this trust fund. And the thought was, if that isn't always going to be the case, the state wants those communities to be well positioned for it not to be an abrupt end to those relatively lower rates, and to be in a position where they could kind of slowly and steadily work their way off of those as that valuation did start to deplete in the future. And so what the trust fund was at its core was in essence a change in the disposition of revenue of the severance tax receipts. It only applied to counties that had at least $100,000 of severance tax receipts attributable to production in those counties. And so we have plenty of counties in Kansas that have $0 of severance tax receipts, and we have quite a few more who have some, but a relatively small amount and not over that $100,000 threshold. For those counties, there was no material impact to this legislation. But for the state, there was a material impact. Prior to 2005, the disposition of that revenue from the severance tax had been a 93% to 7% split, with the state receiving 93% of the severance tax receipts into the state general fund, and the other 7% going to the county mineral production tax funds, which are in essence just local revenue sources. This did not impact that 7% county split, but it did carve off a piece of the state share. And it went into, as I mentioned, it went into effect in 2009. I've listed here the approximate amounts of 5%, 7.5%, 10%, and then 12.5%. I listed those as approximations because I have no idea or understanding how they arrived at the actual percents that were specified in that 2005 legislation, but they were unique. They went down to the hundredth of a percent. They were not things that were readily apparent in terms of, are these fractions that then just convert into numbers that aren't concise. I couldn't really tell what it was, but they were about 5%, and then it increased about 2.5% per year. So beginning in fiscal year 2012, it was 12.41% of the severance tax receipts in counties with at least $100,000 of severance tax receipts went into the Oil and Gas Valuation Depletion Trust Fund. And within that fund, each of those counties had their own kind of account, is how you refer to it. And so such that the 12.41% of Stevens County's severance tax went into the Stevens County account within the Oil and Gas Valuation Depletion Trust Fund. And so that money went into that fund. And that's kind of the first step to know, is that the money going into the fund. The next step is kind of what happens to the money once it goes into those funds. And the idea is that this would go out to counties as that valuation was depleted, so to speak. And so beginning in 2009, any county that had their mineral leasehold taxable value as certified by PVD decrease by at least 50% relative to the value 2 years prior. And so the kind of one of the concepts here is that it wasn't just a oil and gas volatility trust fund. It was specifically to try to capture when it is going down and not just up and down and up and down. They would be able to receive a distribution. And so anytime that it was at least 50% less, in that year, 20% of whatever funds were available in that county's account would go out to that county. And so exactly 20%. And so if a county had 50% over that 2-year window, they would get 20% of whatever happened to be in their account that time, which of course could have built up over time. But then the remaining 80% would stay in that account for the use in future years, but also it would continue to grow because the accounts are being financed by severance tax receipts, and this is attributable to property value, not severance tax production. So it would grow into the future, and so in theory, a county might see a 50% decline from 2 years prior in year one, and they'd get 20%, 80% stay there. It gets either partially or wholly replenished by additional severance tax receipts, and then in the next year, if there's a further 50% relative to the number 2 years prior, they would again get 20%, but it might be partially replenished by severance tax. So it would kind of, if there was a continual decline for the counties in terms of their taxable value, it would continually slowly taper off how much money was in that fund, how much each of these kind of payments back out to the county would be. Now obviously there's a lot of mechanics where that wouldn't necessarily be exactly how it would play out. And so the next slide that I have here is kind of the history of it. And so through the end of fiscal year 2014, so 5 years in, almost $50 million of what would have otherwise been state severance tax receipts to the general fund had been diverted into the oil and gas valuation depletion trust fund for the sub-accounts for the counties, of which there were about 70 that exceeded that $100,000 threshold over the life of the program. I think when it was initially enacted, they anticipated it being somewhere between 45 and 50 counties that would have had accounts. It turns out there was a little bit more severance tax over the years in which it was in place than there were the year in which it was enacted. And so it wound up being close to 70 that ultimately had accounts. About 50 million had gone in, but up to that point, only about $300,000 had been distributed, and that had only gone out to 2 total counties. Every other county that had participated in this program, their account was just built up. They had no payments out. The 2014 legislature kind of decided that they wanted to do something different with severance tax receipts. They wanted to stop doing this valuation depletion trust fund approach. They didn't want to take back the money that had gone into it, but rather they wanted to more or less put an end to the program there, release the funds to the counties that were in their accounts, but then just do something totally different with the severance tax receipts. And so so 2014 legislation provided for this to go into effect in 2016. They were going to be continued in 2015 and fiscal 2016. That severance tax was still going to go into the valuation depletion trust fund. At the end of fiscal 2016, whatever was in those accounts for those counties just went to the counties at that point, and they were to use as their county commissioners kind of saw fit. And beginning in 2016, no longer was any state severance tax deposited in the oil and gas valuation depletion trust fund. They readjusted the disposition of revenue formulas. They created what's called the Mineral Production Education Fund, which is a fund by which now a 20% of the state's share of severance tax goes into the Mineral Production Education Fund, which is used for the direct financing of K-12 education, and the other 80% stays in the state general fund. And so at this point, one of the kind of in conclusion, I wanted to look at as a hypothetical, what would happen if you were to consider recreating this fund or something with more or less the same parameters today? I glanced at our severance tax receipts, and it does appear to me that just in light of the decline of production since then, fewer counties would have accounts at this point. I think that it would be around 50 counties that would have accounts by virtue of having that greater than $100,000 of severance tax. It's kind of interesting that our severance tax receipts are as much smaller today as they were then, but the decline in counties participating wouldn't quite be near as great. It appears as though the brunt of the loss of severance tax receipts has been in those counties that were the big producers at that point in time. The amount that goes to the fund, it was in the about $15 million range in those years per year, somewhere between $10 and $15 million that was going to the depletion trust fund each year. That would probably be about a third as much today. Our severance tax receipts today are about a third of what they were during the years in which the trust fund was active. But one meaningful change that would happen, and this is what is in the attachment that I have for you, is that it might be the case that more counties would be recipients of their disbursements. And so what the attachment that you have here shows the total assessed valuation attributable to mineral value in each of the counties, and you can see how that has changed from 2020 through 2025. I should note here the 2025 values here are preliminary numbers. The final ones of those would not be certified until the November abstracts. But you can see, and then what I've done, and so that's what the 6 green columns are. The 3 white columns to the far right end of this sheet reflect what the experience of those valuation changes were in a 2-year time frame since over the last 3 years. The reason it is just over the last 3 years is I initially did have a column that was 2022 over 2020. If you just take a look at the very top line of that, you can see that the taxable value of the minerals in the state substantially increased actually from 2020 to 2022. The taxable values of those are related to, it's not a direct correlation, but related to the current prices of the values that are being severed. And so in 2020, people might recall at the height of the pandemic, there were relatively low commodity prices. By 2022, the Russia-Ukraine situation had developed. We had relatively high commodity prices. So there were big jumps there. So no counties would have shown any decline in the 2022 over 2020, which is why I didn't include that information in the graph. However, you can see the beginning in 23 over 21, there were some counties, I believe just 2 that first year that had at least a 50% decline. However, I want to draw your attention to the fact that those counties were Jackson and Jefferson. You can see those have relatively low taxable values for this. Those are counties that likely would not be participants because they likely don't have sufficient amounts of severance tax receipts attributable to production in those counties. And so even though they're flagged as red by virtue of exceeding 50% declines, they probably wouldn't have those sub-accounts. Beginning in 24 over 22, however, you can see that there are counties that likely would have received distributions. And unlike the 2009 to 2014 experience, where the counties that received distributions, the 2 of them, were 2 of the smallest counties that participated in this. I don't actually remember what they were off the top of my head. I looked them up at the time, but they were not the big participating counties in the 09 to 14 iteration of this. However, were this in place in 2024, some of the counties that would have received distributions would have been some of the bigger, more prominent counties when it comes to oil and gas production in the state. I mean, just looking right down the line, you can see that Grant County had a greater than 50% reduction in that time frame. Harper County had a greater than 50% reduction in the time frame. That's just looking right at the first page there. You can see that those would have received distributions. And then the final column, you can see that there's even more counties in 2025 that would have been recipient counties if this had been in place at the time. You can see those counties are the ones that are highlighted in red, but once again, you do need to note whether or not this is a county that has enough production where it would have been a participating county in the first place. And I also did highlight in yellow any counties that were between 40 and 50% declines in case the legislature wanted to evaluate possibly different parameters for this to where you could see that, counties that maybe weren't quite at the 50% threshold, but would have been participants or would have been recipients of kind of payments if the thresholds were a little lower. Those are also listed there. And so with that, I would happily stand for whatever questions you all might have.
Thank you, Eddie. Committee questions? Eddie, I think the committee might be interested in seeing the 20% value, if you could get that for us at a later time that's going in. At least I would. I don't know if anybody else would.
Do you mean the 20% that
Into the
did go?
education fund.
Oh, the amount of revenue. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I could provide that
Yeah.
this afternoon.
I
Yeah.
figured.
Okay.
Well, you don't have to get it this afternoon, but I know you've got a lot of things on your plate. Any other questions, committee? Thank you, Eddie. So committee, there's been a lot of information thrown at us again, but good information. We'll pick up this afternoon at 1:30. Any questions or anything before we recess? We'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. Everyone, we'll go ahead and get started with the afternoon session. We'll start with Amelia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Amelia Kovar Donahue, Assistant Revisor with the Office of Revisor of Statutes. And I have prepared a short memorandum for you today that you should have in front of you. The topic today is commercial and industrial machinery and equipment. And as you recall, I was here a few weeks ago with a presentation on some classification and actually valuation issues. And so we're going to touch on that just briefly here to get started. The actual purpose of this memorandum is to provide you a general overview of Kansas constitutional and statutory provisions relating to the classification of commercial and industrial machinery and equipment for property tax purposes. And to start, I'd like to refresh your memory of Article 11, Section 1 of the Kansas Constitution, and it provides in part that property shall be classified into classes and further classified into subclasses for purposes of assessment and assessed at the prescribed percentages of value that are prescribed in the Constitution. Class 1 is real property. Class 2 is tangible personal property. Then, within tangible personal property, there are subclasses, and it is subclass 5 of Class 2 tangible personal property that is commercial and industrial machinery and equipment. And you will see there in your memorandum there on the front page, I've quoted for you what that how that subclass 5 reads. And specifically, I want to point out to you that this provision actually has two components. One is that it has the assessment rate of 25%, but it also has a valuation methodology. So this is one of those categories that is not a fair market value standard, but is a retail cost when new less depreciation valuation methodology. And specifically, if the economic life of the property at issue is 7 years or more, then the retail cost when new is depreciated with 7-year straight line depreciation. And if the property's economic life is less than 7 years, it uses the actual life of the property. And it is then, that's the straight line depreciation. Also keep in mind, there is a provision that the value, though, should not be less than 20% of that retail cost when new. So there is a floor on the value for commercial industrial machinery and equipment. So when we look at our statutes, we have statutes that provide definitions for real property and personal property. KSA 79102 provides that the terms real property or real estate includes not only the land, but also buildings, fixtures, improvements, as well as all rights and privileges appertaining to the property. And then personal property includes every tangible thing which is subject to ownership, not forming part or parcel of real property. And as you may recall, one of the reasons we may be here today on this particular topic is that the legislature adopted a property tax exemption in 2006, and it is found at KSA 79223. And it provides a property tax exemption for commercial and industrial machinery and equipment acquired by qualified purchase or lease made or entered into after June 30 of 2006 as the result of a bona fide transaction not consummated for the purpose of avoiding taxation. It also includes property transported into this state after June 30th of 2006 for the purpose of expanding an existing business or creation of a new business. And a copy of that statute is actually attached for your reference to the back of the memorandum if you'd like to see the complete statute. There are some terms defined for purposes of the statute. One of those terms that are defined for the statute is commercial and industrial machinery and equipment. And for purposes of the exemption, That includes commercial and industrial machinery and equipment found in classified as subclass 5 of class 2. It does exclude, though, electric generation facilities or additions to those facilities that are used predominantly to produce or generate electricity utilizing renewable energy resources or technologies. And that was a later amendment. And as you recall, I think we may have touched on it at some point in time, that those properties under 79-201 11th, the renewable energy generation, currently receive a 10-year exemption. So this provision would then essentially mean that the commercial and industrial machinery and equipment of those that qualify for that 10-year exemption would then come on the tax roll in year 11 because they will not qualify for this particular exemption. So they would, be, if they're personal property, they would be at their, because they're beyond a 7-year depreciation, it would be 20% of their retail cost when new. The other thing I want to note for you, which I should have noted on the first page as well, is that public utility tangible personal property has its own subclass. It's subclass 3. But there is a property tax exemption in 79-224 for telecommunications machinery and equipment and railroad machinery and equipment. That's very similar to this 79-223 exemption, but that's a different class of property. But I just want you to know there is another class out there that. So the question becomes, is property real property or personal property? And in certain circumstances, questions may arise regarding whether certain property is personal property or whether it has become a fixture to real estate. And as you recall, the definition of real estate or real property includes fixtures to the real estate. And prior to the enactment of 79-223 in 2006, the Kansas Court of Appeals explained that the common law in Kansas, found in our case law, is that the test for determining whether personal property has become a fixture is to look at 3 things. 1, annexation to the realty. 2, adaptation to the use of that part of the realty to which it is attached. And 3, the intention of the party making the annexation. The court also noted that there are practical difficulties in formulating a comprehensive principle for determining which personal property qualifies as fixtures, and the determination can only be made from a consideration of all the individual facts and circumstances attending the particular case. And that case is Total Petroleum. After Total Petroleum, actually quite a while, several years after, the legislature adopted KSA 79-261. It was enacted in 2014, and it addresses this 3-part fixture test, which had been the common law in the state of Kansas. It codified the use of the 3-part fixture test for purposes of determining classification of property, for property tax purposes where the proper classification of commercial and industrial machinery and equipment is not clearly determined from the definitions of real and personal property as provided in Kansas law. And when they refer to that, it is the definitions there in 79-102. I have attached also a copy of 79-261 for you, and you can see that in the, it's the second attachment. You can see that it provides in part that where the proper classification of commercial industrial machinery equipment is not clearly determined by the definitions provided in Kansas law, the appraiser shall use the 3-part fixture test as set forth in the personal property guide of PVD, and shall consider the following, and there's an A, B, and C there, which follows, it's the annexation, the adaptation, and the intention of the parties. Also, if you look at near the bottom, it also reiterates that that the determination of whether property is real or personal must be made on a case-by-case basis, and all three parts of the three-part fixture test must be satisfied in order for the property to be considered a fixture. So all three of those must be satisfied. As I believe I noted last time we met, there is also in 2014 an optional process that was enacted for either the county appraiser or the taxpayer to request that the Director of Property Valuation contract with an independent appraiser to classify and appraise certain complex industrial properties. And the list includes natural gas and helium processing, ethanol facilities, crude oil refineries. But I have cited for you there the statutes that provide for that process that is available to the county appraiser or the taxpayer with these complex properties. And then just in closing, I would like to add that there are a few specific provisions found in statute that address this topic for specific types of property. And I have provided your last attachment provides some examples. One is KSA 791439D, addressing the classification of wireless communication towers, broadcast towers, and antennas and relay sites. That such property shall be classified as subclass 5, class 2. But again, if you look at the actual statute, that provision excludes public utility property. That's a different class of property. And then there's, I also have cited for you there 791439E and 79507, which has to do with commercial and industrial machinery used directly in the manufacture of cement, lime, or similar products. And with that, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Amelia. Are there any questions? Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm more of probably an Eddie question. Is now an appropriate time to, okay. So do we have, so the machinery and equipment exemption's been in effect now, this is coming up on 20 years. Do we have a best estimate of year by year, the total value of machinery and equipment that has been found to be exempt? Or I guess what I'm saying is, probably maybe a better way to phrase it is like how much we would have collected in additional revenue in each of those years if the exemption were not in place.
I was going to glance out into the audience to see Bob Kent's reaction to that question, because what we have is the kind of annual decline in taxable value for machinery and equipment. However, that decline in taxable value is by virtue of equipment that was placed in service prior to 06 being taken out of service and disposed of, in essence. And so since personal property that is not subject to tax generally isn't listed, I doubt that we have specific information in terms of what the total value of property placed in service after 06 that is exempt pursuant to this statute. I doubt we have that statewide.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to just, like, in a hypothetical world where that amendment would have failed, you know, how much we would have collected in each of the following 19 or 20 tax years, but it sounds like that's kind of hard to determine for the reasons you said.
Well,
okay.
Senator, I would think, or maybe it succeeded keeping taxpayer money in the
Well, no, I'm just curious of what that has been, over the years.
Understandable. Yeah, and we don't have that information.
Okay,
So,
cool.
But thank you for asking.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions for Amelia? Thank you, Amelia. Next, we have Lynn Kent. Welcome to the Tax Committee.
I'm with the Division of Property Valuation, and it's a privilege to come here and talk to you today about CIME equipment, or CIMA, as we like to call it. I would like to first address your question, Senator Corson. We don't have that information. The reasons are, as Eddie stated, because taxpayers aren't required to file if the property is exempt, only tangible property that isn't exempt. And so what we do have is in our abstract, and that is the commercial equipment that existed prior to 2006, and then its depreciated value. All of it now at this point is depreciated because it only has a 7-year life assigned to it, so everything would be at its salvage value, and it remains at that for the remainder of its life. So, well, it looks as if what I was going to talk about was largely covered by what Amelia talked about, so that's fun. So I'm going to go ahead and try to see what I can talk about outside of what she has already said. You all may have a document that I provided. The first thing I want to say is that the county appraiser is responsible for classifying property each year as of January 1, whether it's exempt or whether it's taxable. As Amelia said, we have 2 major classes of property from the Kansas Constitution. Class 1 is real property, Class 2 is personal property. And within those major classes, we have multiple subclasses. We also have real and personal property defined in KSA 79-102, which is one that Amelia also brought to your attention. Real property, as she said, is defined as the land itself and also the buildings, fixtures, improvements, mines, minerals, quarries, mineral springs, wells, rights, and privileges appertaining thereto, while personal property is essentially every tangible thing that's subject to ownership that's not forming part or parcel to the real property. Well, the county appraiser each year has to look at this, and they look at the definition in 79-102 and say, oh, is it real, is it personal? Once they've decided that, then they look at the subclasses beneath each of those and assign its particular classification. Sometimes, however, it's not always clear. And as Amelia said, the exemption law that came into place in 2006, 79-223, that exempted the CMA equipment has seemed to make it even more apparent that it's not always clear. When it's not clear, the county appraiser is required to look at the personal property guide. The Director of Property Valuation issues guides each year that the county appraisers are required to follow. Guides are issued for different types of property. In particular, we're talking about the personal property guide. Those guides are issued to promote uniformity and consistency amongst counties. In the guide, the appraiser first is reminded, hey, you've got a definition. What is real, what is personal? Use it. If they can't determine from that point, then they're to use what is known to be the three-part fixture law test. So the 3-part fixture law test has, guess what, 3 parts. It looks at annexation, adaptation, and intent. So the appraiser has to look at the annexation of the machinery and the equipment. How is it physically attached, or is it physically attached to the property? How can it be removed? Does it cause damage when you remove it? Does it reduce the value to the property itself when you remove it? And what's the restoration going to be? What does it take to restore that property? Adaptation is the second part of this test. The appraiser wants to look at the use as it's used to the realty. How does it serve the property, or does it serve the property at all? Is it just serving a process, a manufacturing type of process? And the third part of this test, which is really the most difficult to determine, is the intent. What's the intent of the party making the annexation? What's the relation and the situation of that party making the intent, the annexation? What's the structure and the mode of the annexation? All of those questions have to be answered, and they have to be answered yes for the appraiser to consider it real property. All of this information is provided to them in the personal property guide. So they go to the guide, they determine that it's unclear. They use the three-part fixture test. If the test says yes, it should be real property, the county appraiser then can classify the property as real property. If not, they need to look at classifying the property as personal property. What's emphasized in the three-part fixture test, which has now been incorporated into law in 79-261, is that case-by-case basis. The appraiser should be looking at any sort of objective data that they can gather. They need to examine and consider all relevant criteria to the property. Really, they should be looking at, and basic clarification needs to be considered in it as the designated use and purpose. Our guide also includes some generalized standards that we would consider as real property for the appraiser to help them in their determination. In general, it's the land and permanent structures and mechanical and other features within the structure. It's also any kind of permanent land improvements. So normally, things that you might consider improvements to the land, things like retaining walls, could be just general improvement to the site, like your roads or your bridges, fencing, you might have ponds, dams, things like that. All of that would be considered as part of the real property. Components to the buildings themselves can also be considered part of the real property, and those would be things like your foundation or your walls or your roof structure, or maybe your HVAC equipment, or could be just additions or partitions to the property, and those are generally considered as part of the real property. Then, personal property items, basically, if it is used specifically for the manufacturing process, in general, is likely part of the manufacturing process and part of the personal property. Personal property can be defined that includes the machinery, equipment, furniture, and inventory. So now, if you notice in my testimony, I have several cases cited. I have 5 different cases. And some of those seem to be repetitive with what Amelia cited as well. So I think maybe that's a good thing for me. It looks like I'm thinking in the right direction. So I'm not going to read these to you. Obviously, I'm happy. I take it as a win that you're all still awake right now. So this is good. So I'm going to let you read it on your own. But what I want to point out about these cases, first of all, a couple of the cases were actually prior to the 3-part fixture test becoming part of Kansas law. So that just shows that it has been part of our case law throughout Kansas, and it's been used by the courts and by appraisers previous to. And they all emphasize, they're all about real versus personal, and they all emphasize that the appraiser should be using a case-by-case basis using the 3-part fixture test. So that's what I have for you today. I am sorry that I repeated much of what Amelia already had, but I am here to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you, Lynn. I actually have a couple questions, but I'll let the committee go first.
Okay.
Committee? Seeing none. Wow. This is really good information. I think we keep coming down to, I guess, the 3-prong tests that we do. So like an example I've had a few years ago was the banks, the tubes that they have in the bank. They argued that those were not part of the real estate, that it was. So to use that example, if it's not part of the real estate, then is it taxed as personal property then at that point?
If it's considered as not part of the real property, then it would be considered personal property. Then the question is, does it qualify for the SEMA exemption or not?
Okay.
And if it was purchased or acquired after the June 30th, 2006 date, then it would qualify for the exemption. So their first goal is to figure out, is it real, is it personal, and then go beyond that.
Seems very logical, but it seems like we're having a lot of issues with it. And it, to me, it seems like cyclical, that it'll go away for a few years and then it flares up. Is that accurate, or?
Well, it does seem a little bit that way, I think, because obviously, if the property can be deemed, or much of the property can be deemed as personal, and it was acquired after the June 30th, 2006 date, that's a benefit to the taxpayer of having exempt property. So that's where we see it. We seem to see industries, it seems to come in cycles like that. So we look at things such as maybe grain elevators, and we get some answers for that, and then we move on to the next type of property in it.
Thank you. Well, and I think you might be able to provide this, the fiscal note with properties 2006 prior for the committee. I think that would be interesting information for us to have. I know I've used the example of my hairdresser. She's still paying property tax on the chairs in her building, and they're old, and it just seems a little inconsistent with that law. I don't know why they picked 2006.
Right, but I guess the concept is any sort of exemption is an exception to the rule, so there is inconsistency.
Yeah, and that's kind of hard for us to realize too, but our property tax, anything not to be taxed, it does have to be listed as an exception, you're right.
Right.
Yeah, and we have to keep that in mind, so. Any other questions, committee? Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks for having me.
Our next conferee is Angela Eichmann. Angela, welcome to the Tax Committee. She's online. And I heard you volunteered, Angela, so thank you very much.
You're welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, and for the, yes.
And I'm not really for sure. My name is Angela Eichmann. I've not done this before, so this is my first time. I am the county appraiser in Seward County, Morton County, and Stevens County. We are out in Southwest Kansas, so we don't get to Topeka a lot. I'm here to talk about the impact that these lawsuits that we have had are impacting our county and our taxpayers. The ethanol plant is the current lawsuit that we have right now. The issue is the commercial machinery and equipment, which is basically the classification. A huge factor is the fact that it is taking so long to get a decision. The years that are at issue right now are 2018, 19, and 20. Until then, the taxpayer has continued to pay the taxes. So what we are looking at waiting on this decision is not only a possible refund, but all of the interest as well. It's a very hard impact on the community as well as the taxpayers. The economy itself, I mean, a year to year value change in taxes is, people can handle that. But when we're looking at not only what's current, but having to go back all of those years to refund and try to plan for that, it's like we're being put over a barrel, because you're talking one taxpayer versus the entire county for all of the taxpayers. I also am the appraiser in another county, in Stevens County, where there's another plant, and we are at litigation in that. And right now, as far as I know, everybody is just, I get calls all the time throughout the state because everybody is waiting for this decision to see how it's going to go. If there was some process that could speed it up to where it's not going to be such an impact, it would be a lot easier to be able to plan for a possible refund. I really don't know what else to say other than it's very, very frustrating that it takes this long. And most of the time, the taxpayers, they're not even aware of the impact until several years later because it takes so long to get through the system to get to an answer.
So thank you, Angela. If you could, for the committee, give a little bit of background. This is a Seward County case on the ethanol plant, and they challenged their valuation. And would you mind speaking to that just a little bit?
No, not at all. It was a new property, and so it had been on a 10-year tiered exemption. Prior to that, we were in litigation with the helium plant. They had put in a new plant. So while we were going through that, we had reached out. That's when the law had went into effect about getting the outside appraisals. And so at that time, we had gotten an appraiser as well as an engineer. They worked together, and they are the ones that came to Liberal and did an appraisal on the National Helium plant. Once the ethanol plant had came off of it, of the exemption, we felt it necessary to get an appraisal done for the ethanol plant because we needed to keep it fair as to what we were doing with the other plant. So we retained the same group that did this, and once they had that appraisal done, that's what it was listed on the tax roll. The first year it was appealed, which was 2018, and they have continued to appeal it every year. They are at different levels of where it's at through the process. And so right now, 18, 19, and 20 is what we're waiting a decision on. But again, the taxpayer has continued to pay the taxes. So what we are looking at is a refund if the value will change or goes down at all, plus the interest. 8 years is a long time, and it's going to be very detrimental to our taxpayers and to our county to have this hit all at once.
Thank you, Angela. Committee, do you have any questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the appraiser's perspective, I don't know how much you can tell us, but where in that three-part test, because I understand there's several factors at play here. One is the time and the accrual of those taxes, depending on the decision of the Board of Tax Appeals and the ultimate resolution of this. But looking back, is there more clarification that we could have put into the three-part test that would help that, or what portion of that three-part test was at the crux of this situation?
This is a special use property, and so I was not the one to appraise it. That's why we reached outside, an outside fee appraiser who specializes in that. From the appraisal reports, I don't know that there was one specific out of the three, but all three were applied to it. One of the appraisals, the taxpayer did get their own appraisals against ours, and the overall value was very similar. The differences were what they believed was exempt versus taxed. So, I mean, they were all three applied. to what degree the engineer and the fee appraiser used, it's in the report, which is several pages.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good question. Thank you. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the things that our community deals with a little bit, Angela, could you tell them what the interest rate is while we're waiting on this to be settled?
The interest rate, it changes every year. So when it started, the interest rate for refunds was, I believe, 3%. This year, it is now setting at 7%. So that is, it changes every year. I mean, some years it hasn't, but for the most part, it does change. And so we're setting at 7% for 2025.
So Amelia, would you explain to the committee the statute on that? And I have been approached also, just so you know, the interest rate for the county is less than if the taxpayer is late on a property tax payment. They pay more in interest, because I have been asked why the two different numbers.
So Madam Chair, with respect to a spring equalization appeal or a payment under protest, the statute KSA 79-2005 sets forth the interest rate calculation that is done on an annual basis. And I believe for refunds on these appeals, I'm looking for the exact language, it is the rate prescribed in KSA 79-2968 minus 2 percentage points. And 79-2968 references, I believe it's referencing a federal rate that changes on an annual basis. And it is my understanding that the Director of Property Valuation provides an annual memorandum that sets forth the annual rates current, for the upcoming year as well as the past years, so that the appropriate rates can be applied to refunds. But that statute 79-2005 is just if the county is making a refund to a taxpayer who prevailed. Other statutes, such as other statutes that instruct that interest needs to be paid on some payment, may vary on what the calculation was. This one was the federal rate minus 2%. Others may be some other, I think most of them reference that federal mechanism, but I don't have the memorandum up in front of me, but I think delinquent taxes I've pulled up here on real estate, 79-2004. Delinquent real property taxes is that rate found in 79-2968 plus 5 percentage points. So a taxpayer pays that rate plus 5%. But that is all set forth in the memorandum, if you're interested in looking at it. I believe it's available on PVD's website.
That would be great, Amelia, if you could provide that for the committee, and thank you. And yeah, I knew it was a higher number for the taxpayer, but we still have taxpayers that remain delinquent because they can invest the money at a greater rate. So anyhow, they're gaming it. We do need to take a look at this. It's not going to be a simple lift, that's for sure. Any other questions, committee? Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Angela, I've got a quick question here in regards to the timeline. The tax abatement for this ethanol plant was granted in 2008, is that right?
Yes.
And it came off the 10-year abatement in 2018, and of course at that time they had to have a value determined to start taxing that entity. Would it have helped if an appraisal had been done each year of those 10 years and updated every year, even though their taxes were abated? And was there an original estimate done in 2008 when they built the plant, how much it was worth? In other words, how much taxes are being abated?
Yes, in 2000, I believe, I was not the appraiser then. However, I was working there, and they did apply and get the construction phase exempted as well. Then the value that was placed on the plant during this 10-year exemption was the amount that was put on their application when they applied to the Board of Tax Appeals for the exemption. It had never come up before. I don't believe that it was ever an issue until we came to the helium plant. The laws had changed. Things were being exempted that hadn't been when the helium plant had its prior plant. So all of this was very new to us. Once that happened, in order to stay consistent and fair with the other taxpayer, that's when the decision was made to go ahead and have the outside appraisal done for the ethanol plant since it was coming on at full value.
Okay, so in hindsight, if there was a new plant to be built today with today's laws, and it was granted a 10-year abatement also, would it help to do yearly appraisals during the 10-year abatement so there's no surprises at the end?
That would be a very, very good option to do, as long as it is a county that has multiple special use properties. They have to be very careful because every special use property can request for us to do that. And so, yes, it would be helpful. I just don't know how, I don't know how it would work.
Okay, the reason I bring it up is this exact thing has happened in Grant County, and it was due to a long-term abatement that came onto the tax rolls, and all of a sudden, nobody agreed on value, and we look back on that thinking, well, we should have done an appraisal the whole time, and then there's no surprises. But I understand we passed laws that change appraisals also during that 10 years. So thank you for being here. Very insightful. Thank you, Angela.
I do have one thing to mention. As I said, I am the appraiser in Stevens County, and there's a plant over there that we're in the same situation, and we're trying to reach an agreement based off of decisions that we're waiting on with the ethanol plant, because they are not in favor of going, to appeal either. But we're just hoping to get more clarification to where we can come up with an agreement between both sides to where we don't have to pursue appealing it for either the county or the taxpayer.
Right, and so your biggest item today is you need a ruling. You need an answer, and you need it right now. Quicker the better.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, okay, I want to make sure I understand this. So they appealed this in 2018?
Yes.
Is that right? That's correct. So it's taken 7 years at Boda.
No, this is
Yes.
not, no, it's past BODA. It's there.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
I
past.
see. Oh, okay.
This is
I
7
apologize.
years for the process.
Okay, so they went to Boda, they didn't like that decision, and now they're in the district court process.
Yes.
So that's okay. Still, it's a long time.
Yes.
Which it could still not be finished if that is appealed to the Supreme Court.
And that is true. And just so the committee knows, they have appealed other years also. So you're starting this process with other years too.
Yes, they have appealed every year.
Any other questions? Representative Turner.
Got it, got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess to Representative Long's proposition that it be assessed in all those interim years, yet there would be no impact, no tax impact. So it would just be a memo. I'm not sure that that would really cause the parties to be any further ahead, because they're not going to bring an appeal unless it has a consequence, like it does after the 10-year period expires, right? I mean, they could get notice and say, we're valuing it at this, but it doesn't have any dollars tied to it until the 10 years expires, and then you'd be right back in the same place. It's just kind of a thought to that.
Committee, any other questions for Angela? Seeing none, thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. We look forward to working with you in the future.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Next committee is Earl Watt. Also, Seward County is well represented today.
Hello.
Hi, Earl. Welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you for having me. I maybe can just add a couple of things onto what Angela was speaking there, because I don't know if the committee got to hear how wide they were apart, but the county valuation on that plant came in at 93 million, and Arcalan, the ethanol plant, their valuation that they did came in at 26 million. So we're basically $70 million apart when this thing started. So you can see how hard it is to get there. Listening to Representative Long on the 10-year plan is a good idea in that if you gave them 10 years, then that the litigation could start, and then the only difference could be between year 10 and 11 instead of $70 million apart. Just throwing that out there. What I really want to talk to you about today has been the impact. You asked about the impact of this. And I think when you look at what it has done to our community right now, is you have a community right now that just got slammed with a huge mill levy increase because of not just because of this, but I think because of the discussion of this. When we got our R&R letters in the mail, it wanted a almost 26 mil increase, and that they were going to use 21 of those to put money aside for the potential lawsuit here, what the results of that would be. Then they found out that they didn't need to put it away for all years because the court said it's only going to deal with the first 3 years. And so then they went down to 13 mills. But when they went down to 13 mills after they passed their budget the other night, only 2 mills went towards the putting away towards the case. The other 11 mills was increase of other spending in the county, but it was all buried and hidden, and used this case to frighten the local voters that we need this money for this case. A citizen brought up 6110 that says you have to establish a restricted fund for these. That's never happened. The funds are being kept under the general fund. There's been all kinds of concerns from the public on how this has been handled, and yet there is no recourse for the people. When their taxes went up 13 mills overnight, they wanted to file a petition, found out they couldn't. They wanted to file a petition on the R&R, found out they couldn't. They wanted to complain to the Attorney General's office of the several statutes that were in question here, found out they couldn't. The people out here are helpless. So I'm the publisher of the newspaper here in town, so they've come here. And they've done a lot of research. This is all public generated research of the laws, of the expenditures of the county, of why their benefits at the county are so much better than the rest of the community. We're a blue collar town, a factory town that cuts beef, and we're giving county employees $200 deductibles and 50 days off a year if you work 15 years. If you work 2 years, you get 35 paid days off. No one else gets these kind of benefits, and they're paying for that, and they're wondering, how can we have a 13 mil increase with the benefits we're handing out and other bonuses in other departments? And they're hitting me up and saying, Earl, what can we do? And I've talked with Senator Tyson. I've talked with Shannon Francis. What are we supposed to tell the people? They can't even petition their own government. They're completely helpless out here. I've tried to tell them to talk with their commissioners, tell them, and they said, Earl, they'll come out and revalue my property. They're afraid of their local government, of retaliation, of retribution. We got to have some mechanism from you guys to help the local government when it gets out of control like this, to rein it back in. And you can't petition it. You can't force it to a vote. You know, we support the talk you guys have, an amendment, and definitely putting caps on all this. But someone tell me what I'm supposed to tell these people when they come in and ask me, what can we do? There's got to be a way. The people are in control, aren't they? And I can't tell them that the people are, because one taxpayer is going through the system on this. Another part of that is that money wasn't set aside. It was spent. And now whatever the decisions made are going to have to be settled here. And our local people, our local leaders aren't giving people the right answers. They're saying that, for example, no tax warrants. They said, well, we know we're going to have this, so we can't get one because it's got to be unexpected, and it's only 1 year, when the law says it can be up to 5 years. If they use these kind of things to just tax and spend, that's what's happening here. And the people are, I mean, this is a 33% increase in 1 year. 1 year, 33% ad valorem increase in taxes from the county. And we need some help. We need some guidance, some oversight. We need tools for the people. I listened to one of your previous testimony, Jeff Blobaugh. He talked about building a $50,000 building and getting taxed $15,000 on it. Well, I ran the math. That means they valued that thing at $552,000. I mean, between valuation, mill levy, you know, there's so many tools that can be used. We've got to have some caps, and we got to have some help. And we need some help, not just next year, not just on amendment. We have people who need help today. I've got senior citizens asking me, you know, what do I need to be moving in with my son? Because I can't afford this. I got people telling me they're already cutting their medical pills in half to get by with what they make now. I had a school teacher tell me that they moved here about 3 years ago, and now they're paying $200 a month more on their mortgage because of things like this. And I don't need to outline, they're in your handout, but businesses have decided to make investments elsewhere. We need some help and some guidance, and we're turning to our state. I want to tell people that government does answer to the people, and I hope that we can do that. We need you. We need some relief out here. And until there's another election, which for some of these guys is a year. We did another poll online just to say, should they amend it? And they're being told, no, we can't amend it. There's it is what it is by the commission. Online poll, I put it on your sheet, 367 to 9. Now it's 426 to 12 for the public saying amend the budget. So Chairman Tyson, this is where we're at in Seward County. It's not just that we need quicker answers from BOTA, because we do. We've filed a complaint with BOTA. It could be years before we hear from that to settle this. You know, we've got to have solutions today. And so I'm just imploring you guys to give us some guidance and some leadership that gives the power to the people to hold their local government accountable.
Well, thank you, Earl, and I appreciate you had invited me out to the revenue neutral hearing, and it was well attended and very articulate by the taxpayers. But the local, by statute, they can amend their budget. We won't get into budget right now, but they absolutely can amend it. So if they're saying cannot, I'm not sure what that restriction would be, because it wouldn't be statute. Are there any questions for Earl? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just curious about the historical piece of this. In 2018, when this came on the tax rolls, I'm assuming if losing this was going to be a big chunk out of the budget, when this came on the tax rolls after the 10-year abatement expired, there should have been, it sounds like, a windfall to the tax base. Did did they reduce the mill levy at that time, or did they just take that additional tax base and, you know, to your point, just continue to spend that with operations or the county general fund? Do you know what they did back in 2018?
So somewhere along that line, there was a 4 mil decrease. I think that took into account part of that. These guys have been paying about $3 million a year. Now that doesn't all go to the county. You know, that gets broken out to the school district, the college. We have a community college, so that gets broken up. Now, my understanding in talking with some of those other entities, they put that money away when they were told it was protested, but the county didn't at that time, and the county spent their portion of that, and so that's what's put them kind of over a barrel on this. But our valuations have stayed pretty flat. This year, they've gone up from about, I think it went from about 250,000 per mill to 285,000 per mill for the county. So it took about a 30,000 mill jump. And on the R&R sheet, the county used to get 43. To stay neutral, it would have been 40.4. So, you know, that valuation alone, if they would have kept the mill the same, they would have experienced growth in revenue. So they have kept some things kind of flat and neutral. Last year, they messed up and didn't pass the revenue neutral the way they're supposed to, and time expired. So they had to stay revenue neutral from 24 to 25. And they were talking 8 mills last year, but that didn't get a second. The chairman proposed it, it didn't get seconded, so it died right there. So the 13 mil has just been an absolute travesty for the local community. The people are up in arms, and they have no tool for it. But that's the history. Is there was it's remained flat, and when they came on, that would have been additional revenue to the county.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, I'm curious, is this plant in a city, is that in Liberal, or is it outside any city limits?
It's outside the city limits. It's probably about 12 miles, maybe not that, maybe about 8 to 10 miles outside the city of Liberal. It's county. It doesn't pay any city taxes. It only pays county, school, and college.
Okay, so that's so that'd be the three entities affected. And you said the school district and the community college aren't talking about big tax increases or anything due to this court case?
No, their taxes this year were absolutely flat. They stayed exactly close to where within a fraction of a mil of the years prior. Only the county did 13 mills.
Okay.
And they blamed it mostly on this, but didn't use any of it for this. They put it into other parts of their budget.
And the other entities are aware this could, I mean, it's not like the others aren't prepared, or, I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out, because the county is just one portion of this mill levy. I mean, the tax increase could be pretty huge if the other two have to do a big tax increase as well.
The other entities.
They're not, because what they did is they put theirs aside. So the portion they got from Conestoga, they put in a separate account.
Okay.
They're not using that money and haven't used that money since 2018.
So they have actually put it in a separate account, both those entities?
They have, yes. The county didn't do that.
Okay, I think.
Any other questions? Earl, thank you. We won't go into it today, but we are gonna, I know there's another issue on the National Beef plant in Seward County versus the one valuation in Ford County. So you guys have some interesting issues going on out west. We'll be keeping.
Thanks for
yes. Well,
yes, thank you for letting us speak today, and we are relying on you heavily. We need you.
Understand and hear you loud and clear. So thank you, Earl. Committee, next up is, I'm trying to get my notes. Sorry. Yes, Kelly Hill. Thank you. Welcome, Kelly. Thank you. Kelly is also from Seward County, and he chose to drive in this morning, so he's already had a long day. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, there's a button for on. Thanks for having me today. I think you've heard the issues of happening in Seward County, but these issues started a long time ago. It's not necessarily this county commission's issue that they're trying to deal with. It's previous commissions and their spending habits and so forth there. They're just trying to right the ship. The biggest thing, though, in Seward County that we're facing is we need a finality. We need it to end. And when we can end it, we can start to fix it. Then we can start addressing the problems on how we got here. But at the Seward County level right now, today, people are just tired of property taxes. Our oil and gas valuations are falling, and our city valuations, any industry or whatever that we're bringing on, has probably been abated because we have to beg people to do business. It's the new way. So those things won't ever come on the tax roll for another 20, 25 years. All the RHIDs, the CIDs, et cetera, with that, yeah, we've seen growth, but that's just shoved the burden of these bills over on today's taxpayer, because those properties, they're going to pay taxes, but that's going to go to the developer. Us, the taxpayer that's paying today's taxes, are going to have to pay the accelerated rate to try to cover the payments that are needed. So that's a giant problem. At a daily basis, I'm a bowling proprietor and a restaurant owner. That's what I do. Also, too, I'm a board of trustee for Seward County Community College. I'm also a Chamber of Commerce member. We wear a lot of different hats out there to make the thing go around, because there's not a lot of us, and that's what our tax base is. We're dwindling in our tax base, but every time we do abatements or there's a giant push for a new RHID home development or whatever, the taxpayer has to take on that burden ourselves to have that infrastructure and everything, for really just to say we did something. It's not sound economic policy. It's not. It doesn't pay off in the end. You know, we bought our bowling alley in 2014. We started a little restaurant in a strip mall back in 2007. We bought the whole place for $27,000. We grew a restaurant. We did the American way. We did everything we were supposed to do. Bought a dwindling business. Our bowling alley that was dying and about to close was in shambles, duct tape and baling wire, literally. And when we bought that building then to move our restaurant there, because our restaurant was doing so well, the property taxes on that building were $17,000 in 2014. We added a restaurant on, roughly about $1 million, and my property taxes went to $30,000 the next year as we completed that building. And then once the building was completed and business opened full-fledged, my taxes today are $52,000. So, and that's from 2014 all the way to today. Now, my facility flooded back in 15 and 16, so we had to do a bunch of repairs and a bunch of that stuff. And what happened then, it just accelerated my property taxes for the repairs and all the work that we had to do. You know, for me, it's roughly, I told Senator Tyson the other day when she was in Liberal, it cost me $138 a day in property taxes for my business. That's not my house. That's not any other property we own. $138 a day. How many $6.95 cheeseburgers do I have to sell to continually come up with a bill for this? Now, the big thing is the ethanol plant and all these mills that the county's having to ask. But also our valuation went up 15% last year. So all of us that left our mill levy the same in our taxing entities really experienced a 15% increase in our revenue that we brought in. For the junior colleges, roughly $500,000 to $700,000 is what it's going to be when all the dust settles for where it's going to be at. The city of Liberal was roughly $1 million. Now, why are they doing that? Well, one, things are more expensive too, but we're also preparing for the payback. And also knowing that there's more protests out there that we're not going to achieve that revenue right now. The question was a minute ago, what are the other entities doing to prepare for this? Well, luckily on the college board before I got there, they did prepare for this. They've set the money aside. But the problem is it's starting to compound. The problem's compounding every year, and you can only set so long before you got a really big number there, and that interest is going to eat. And for us at the college, we're prepared, but it's going to make things really, really tight at the college if this does come in. And I know all the ethanol guys. Those guys did nothing wrong here. It's just the system that's bad. Really, the code needs to be cleared up, and it would solve a lot of it. But, you know, for us at the college, we keep getting asked to do more and more. You know, we have all the trade stuff and all this. But as soon as we try to do some of that stuff, the taxpayers of Seward County are going to be the ones that have to foot the bill to make that stuff happen for the rest of the state. You know, it's tough because you have to have money to make the wheel turn. But at the same point in time, we want to be fair to our taxpayers, and nobody wants to pay more taxes than what they want, or what they have to. You know, really, the code, if it was cleared up on what's exempt, what's not, I like your idea. I think it should be, if a property's abated, that there should be a number that is determined right then when you hit the tax roll, so we're not debating it later. It should be right then. Also, too, I think, and I heard on the radio show as I was driving up earlier this morning, our city manager was talking about the League of Municipalities meeting in Olathe this last week, and they're up in arms about having to disclose the amount of incentives that they're giving out. And why would that be? Why would they be so up in arms? Because I really don't think they want the taxpayer to truly know how much money they're giving away. Because when they give all this money away for all these businesses to come in to say they're doing something, the community's doing something, it's my business. I'm funding my competition to come in and sell cheaper cheeseburgers against me at the lowest level. That's hard to bear. That's really hard to bear. And I don't think the normal taxpayer, they don't have time to pay attention to everything. That's about all I have. You know, today's taxpayer is just tired. They're tired. And I've heard the sales tax idea floated around. That's just another tax. The county's currently floating a sales tax idea, half-cent sales tax idea in Seward County. What's it matter at that point? We're going to pay that too. It doesn't. They're going to say, well, we're a border county, so people from Oklahoma or whatever are going to come in and we're going to capture some income from out of state or whatever. Yeah, okay, maybe. But all of us as taxpayers in Seward County are all going to pay that too. So I don't know that that's the solution either. I'll stand for questions if you have any for me.
Well, thank you, Kelly. Thanks again for coming in today.
Thank you.
Committee, any questions? So, Representative Smith.
Thank you. Just a quick one. What is your total aggregate mill levy on your business with county, city, everything put in? How high is your mill levy total?
You would put me on the spot, and I left that sheet of paper on my desk this morning before I left. I was packing, and you know, total mill levy, we're at 27, I think, for the college. We're at, I don't know, Earl said it a minute ago, for the county.
Yeah, about 40, 41 for the county, it sounded like.
Yeah,
before the increase.
Total mill levy that we're having to pay off of, well, it's roughly $52,000 a year right now for me at the bowling alley. It doesn't really matter for me what the mill is. It's my total number that I'm concerned with, and it all needs to go down. The college cut roughly 4 or 5 mills and $1 million out of our budget over the last 5 years. But it doesn't matter if we're going to raise it everywhere else in the other entities. At the end of the day, it's how much I'm total paying. Sorry if that didn't answer your question directly.
So, Kelly, you made a comment about the municipality lobby that you heard they didn't want it exposed how much was going for incentives and stuff. Could you give us more context on that? Because that's all public information, I think.
Yes, and it should be, but I don't know that they do. We have economic development in Liberal that works with many businesses, but we never really hear what and all they get as far as an economic benefit. I mean, here recently, the big hot topic in Liberal was a Dairy Queen. Well, when truth be known, the total incentive package that was coming out was just over $1 million for a Dairy Queen, a fast food restaurant. Nobody's going to move to Liberal and create jobs. I mean, you're going to create jobs, but you're going to steal my cook and somebody else's cashiers at the convenience store, and they're going to work that restaurant there.
While they have the tax abatement.
Yeah, while they have that tax abatement. And once I think the total number come out that was given, the taxpayer went, ooh, that's maybe not the best idea.
So maybe we can look at more transparency then.
I think absolutely that's it. You know, I talked to the city manager on the way up after I heard her there, and she's like, I don't understand why people wouldn't want to show what they're doing. But it's easy, yeah.
Yeah, no, we were in, I think it was New Mexico, and they had signs up on the building, built by, and then it said what state program funded it. Or, yeah, so I don't know. We can look at that. We've got a lot of things to look at, committee. So any other questions for Kelly? Well, very much appreciate you driving in today and for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Kelly. Committee, that's it for conferees. Eddie, do you want to discuss the countywide sales tax apportionment options?
Happy to, Madam Chair. This is just a follow-up item from last month's meeting, and I have no idea why I put in 30 minutes on the agenda for this, because it was probably because I knew we might be running a few minutes behind after that last topic. But I'll get us caught back up. So when we discussed this last time, you had some numbers in front of you about some different options for this, and one of the things that you noted was that there was quite a bit of distortion according to some of them. It came to light that maybe the way those were prepared were not exactly what Sedgwick County had in mind with HB 2377, specifically as it relates to whether or not the entirety of the assessed value was attributed to the county for purposes of the ratio, or only that fraction of the assessed value that was not captured in one of the cities, in essence, the assessed value in the unincorporated part of the county. And so what this represents is kind of that same information, but with the version of it as Sedgwick County described in their kind of request for an amendment, and what they stated their intent with, I believe it was HB 2377 was. And so this is a 46-page document in front of you. It's actually two 26-page documents attached to each other. If I were better at formatting things, you might have this in a shorter form. But the first column on the first 23 pages represents kind of the current law, which uses a 50% attributable to the tax and a 50% attributable to the population. The second column is what the ratios would be under HB 2377 pursuant to the Sedgwick County request that the county governments be kind of so-called, I think, given credit for was their phrase, allowed to include, might be another phrase, the assessed valuation for the whole county, not just the unincorporated parts of the county. After that, there had been some discussion about having some other options in front of the committee for how to consider this. So I've got three other options. They're pretty similar, but I'll talk through how I calculated them all. The next one is what I'm describing as the Sedgwick County request mitigating variance, and what that is I took the difference between their current ratio and the ratio proposed there, and then took the absolute value of all of those ratios, because obviously if you don't take the absolute value, they net out to zero. And then summed that, and then Excel has a formula that can solve to minimize the sum of the absolute values. And so that's what that third column is there. That gives you a ratio of 52.14% of it being attributable to the assessed value, and about a little under 48% being attributable to the population. However, that is treating every single one of these entities as if it's the same, because it's just the ratios summed. Obviously, that's not exactly what you're concerned with, because with all due respect to, I'm going to glance at some very small municipality here, Lone Elm in Anderson County, the amount of the 1.4% of the Anderson County sales tax counting for the exact same amount as the 1.4% of Sedgwick County in total probably is not the best way to think about public policy making. And so the next one multiplies that variance by the population of the respective entities to give you kind of a better sense of having the larger ones have a larger impact. And then it goes through the same kind of exercise of taking the absolute value of those differences, summing the absolute value, having the Excel function solve for the minimal variance value there. And that gets you, actually, interesting enough, really close back to the original 50-50 proposal there. You can see at the top of this, it indicates that at 49.65% assessed value and 50.35% population is what the percents come out when you're trying to minimize that variance when you multiply it by the population. The farthest across column has actually a typo in it. It should say 52.40 and then 47.60, so that those numbers sum to 100. That's pretty important. And this is kind of that same sort of mitigating variance, but it's lumping all of the cities into one side and all of the counties into the other side and mitigating that variance. If we try to say, should the cities be on one side of this bill and the counties be on the other side of this bill, or should they, making it to where the cities as a collective and the counties as a collective are neither winners nor losers is kind of the objective of that last one. Obviously, within the cities and counties, there are still going to be, anytime you're changing law, there will necessarily be winners or losers, winners and losers when it is a zero-sum game like it is in this case. And so so they're obviously on an individual basis, there are plenty of winners and losers using that last one, but at least in total, the cities and the counties are kind of netted out as both being equally winning and losing among themselves. And then the only thing that I wanted to highlight beyond that is that if you do flip midway through, so 23 pages in, the calculation there is different beginning at that point. And it is no longer the data that is just their sales tax ratios. At this point, it is percents. And those percents represent the percent changes relative to current law. And so I'm looking at the first page of those percents on page 23. You can see that under these, Allen County, for instance, if you were to do any of these 4 options that are described here, Allen County, that specific county would come out a winner by 1.3% in the first one, 3.2% in the second one, 1% in the third one, and then 3.4% in the second one, or in the fourth one rather. And you can see accordingly which cities within Allen County would be winners or losers in order to kind of net out that net win for Allen County. So that kind of gives you a little bit of sense of what some further options are that maybe do get us closer to what was actually being sought by Sedgwick County in HB 2377 that somewhere along the line kind of got wired in terms of what was actually in front of the legislature or the fiscal analysis of what was in front of the legislature. I'm not sure where the wires got exactly crossed there, but that's all I had for this last agenda item. Wanted to have these specific options in front of you in case you did want to try to knock this item out in terms of a recommendation today.
I would like to knock this out and so committee, any comments or questions for Eddie? Representative Smith.
Thank you. And Eddie, I might have to have a conversation with you offline just to make sure I understand 100% the variance calculations I think I'm following, but I really appreciate these updated numbers. This is kind of tracking along the lines of where I think the committee is headed, so thank you for that.
Committee, any recommendations? So, Eddie, did you have something written up for us? No. Okay. Okay. So I do have a recommendation, and I think you guys will agree with it. The fact that since we just froze it for this year and we were taking a look at it, I would recommend that we continue that path. And if we need to, a worst case scenario, we continue the freeze. Representative Smith.
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think we definitely need to take a look at this, but make sure it is something that is going to work. So as you said, in worst case scenario, if we can't figure out something, maybe we need to extend what we had currently in place. But I think with this data, and I'd be willing to, I don't know if the other House members would support me, but I'd be willing to take the lead on this in the House if you wanted us to.
Representative, it is a House bill, and we will continue that path. No sense reinventing the wheel. So you guys can take a deep dive. We have the data. We can be studying it and prepared for when it does come over to the Senate. So thank you very much. Is anybody in objection to that? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Eddie, we do have other topics. for the committee?
Do you want me to talk through the
Yes.
committee's kind of bullet pointed items for a?
So, and to give the committee a little bit of background here, what I'm thinking is that we can go over and whatever we can give recommendations for today, that's fine. But what it'll do is it'll help solidify what we need to discuss our last day in November. So.
If it's all right with the committee, what I think I will do is share my screen that would have the committee's charge on it. That way you can just all know kind of what you're looking at. I'm hoping the right thing will pop up there.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. I was pretty confident that I had other things closed, but these are, so the first item that the committee had assigned to it was to review countywide retailer sales tax authority and apportionment. I think that you just more or less made a recommendation as it relates to apportionment. I didn't know if you wanted to I mean, the next thing you could do there obviously is recommendation as it relates to authority, or you could leave that hanging.
I think we would include it in the apportionment is what I would plan. Oh, the authority, we were actually looking at increasing, I think we need to look at that for the next meeting. We were looking at giving the county, currently the county has 1 cent sales tax that they do not have to come to the legislature. Otherwise, they do have other exclusions too for health, I think. And so I think we should go review what authority they have now for sales tax. And Eddie will run some numbers for us so we can take a look at whether we want to increase that or not for the county, so that it gives them a little bit of room to increase their sales tax without always having to come to the legislature. Would you guys like to look at that in November, or are you, okay, everybody's, okay. So sorry about the authority. I could have had that today, but yeah, we'll get it.
That's fine.
Okay.
The next item is mass appraisal process and its uniform application across counties. That's obviously one that the committee has had a number of conferees at both meetings on, and I think based upon my conversations with the chair, we're going to continue to look at that at November. So, or do we just want to skip over that one for now, or?
We do have a conferee that'll be coming in November that is pretty much an expert on property taxes, and we'll be able to discuss mass appraisals. We haven't covered that too much yet, but we'll look at that, and we'll also rely on PVD for some information there too. So, yep, November.
Okay.
Great.
The next one is the Board of Tax Appeals issues, in essence, case administration processes and appropriate staffing.
So for committee, Chairman Wheeler will be coming in November with an update. I would like to discuss a little bit the tax advocate. It seems like everybody is interested in that. One thing that didn't come up today, Bob Cleland, his position is not defined in statute. They actually created that position as a result of statutes. But would we want to put in statute a property tax advocate, or would we like to handle it as Bob's position? Any comments or? Yes, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My 2 cents. Now, if we hypothetically put a 3% cap in place, I don't think we'll have near the BOTA issues that we have today.
Okay, no, thank you. Yeah, so do you don't think we need an advocate then, or?
You know, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know whether we're going to pass a cap or not. But again, I think if we do pass a cap, I think that's going to, I mean, maybe eliminate 2/3 of the BOTA appeals that we get. That would be my hope.
Okay, thank you. Senator Starnes.
Yes, I think, too, the situation, just hearing what everyone testified, the idea that people are fed up and wanting to know that something's happened, they can go somewhere, may be valuable with that position. Senator may be correct as far as not seeing the number of appeals and things, but somewhere where the people can feel like that they can go and have a voice and have this explained to them may be helpful as we move forward. And I should have asked this previously. So you're talking about county home rule on the previous information? On the county piece, where they wouldn't have to come to us each time?
I'm not going to debate county
Yeah.
home rule, but it would increase their authority on, if we decided on sales tax. We're going to take a look at that, whether that, I don't think it's been increased for quite some time. Ever. These guys are telling me ever. So it's something worth looking at to give local authority. Yeah. Any other comment? Representative Sawyer?
Yeah, on the property tax advocate, I think we ought to put it in statute. Yeah, yeah. I think it's an important position.
Representative Wolf?
I think when Bob was up here, what he was saying was he doesn't know enough about it, but I think he might be okay with us putting something under him as long as we had someone who was an expert that could handle that. So he could oversee it, but he wouldn't deal with it.
Right. And if we put it in statute, we would make it Department of Revenue, and then they could decide where the position actually, I don't think we'd want to micromanage it any more than creating the position itself. But maybe we do. I don't know. That's Representative Smith.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just curious, kind of from a logistics standpoint, if we recommend this position, and if we pass the statute, does it then just become kind of up to Department of Revenue to make that FTE request and figure out, or do we need to provide some parameters on what we expect from this position?
So Representative Smith, that's a great question, and I've actually been working with the Department of Revenue. I think they will have language for us at the next meeting. So what we could do is put the recommendation down that we do recommend the position, the taxpayer advocate, and that the committee won't finalize that recommendation yet. What we'll do is listen to what the Department of Revenue has for their recommendations, and then we'll either write a recommendation and/or include the bill language. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Okay. Does anybody have any other suggestions for that? Seeing none, and we'll try to get a fiscal note with it too, since we do know we're creating another position. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that when we talk about giving the added sales tax authority to counties, that added authority is just to put it on the ballot.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, we would not change that current procedure. It does have to go to the ballot. So it would be a vote of the people if we did any increase. So any other comments or questions? Okay. So I think we're on to the next one, Eddie.
The fourth one was a committee charged to review the progression of and source of authority for property tax exemptions. We looked at property tax exemptions at our last meeting. They weren't really a part of this month's agenda, but I don't know that there's necessarily a substantial action item on this one, or if the committee wants to make a recommendation.
Committee, any comments, recommendations? So I thought it was interesting. Maybe we work on, so do you think we need a deeper dive or any more information on this? Do you feel like you have enough grasp around what's been exempted, not exempted? We do have several spreadsheets on it. Well, maybe we could review that information, but, and then come back to it for the next committee meeting. If, Representative Sawyer.
I do think we need to look at the transparency issue. That was brought up today, and I think that's a good point, that there's a lot of exemptions out there and abatements that are made, and we need to look at making that whole thing more transparent so people know how much is being exempted and abated.
And I'm glad you said that. I know that we've attempted to create that transparency with the Commerce Department and those incentives, and I think this just fits nicely into that transparency that's needed. So we'll take a closer look at that, maybe some options that we can do for transparency. Any other comments or questions with it? No? If you guys think of any, don't hesitate to reach out. Okay.
The next item is HCR 5014, the endowed permanent fund and the repeal of sales tax exemptions and associated all the other elements that are part of that proposal. And so obviously that was on last month's agenda and was not on this month's.
Any comments, questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this was kind of a House proposal. We had a kind of a briefing on it last year. We didn't have the actual language to have an official hearing, but I'm not sure if the committee's willing to make a recommendation, but the House is certainly, we'd like to get the actual language and have an official hearing and start digging into this a little bit more. And if you want to make that a part of this committee's recommendation, or if you want to do something different, but that's kind of my intention at the House, in the House Tax Committee, is to maybe take a more detailed look at this once we get the actual language. I know I was visiting with Representative Carpenter. He has some modifications from HCR 5014. So we want to get that language in front of everybody and have a hearing and kind of take a deep look at that and kind of start parsing out some of the mechanics of how it would work.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? So I think this is such an issue that comes up that most people don't understand until they start diving into the exemptions, what's actually out there. I'll often ask an easy one. Okay, does that mean removing the sales tax on utilities for homeowners? Is that where you're going with this? I mean, when you start digging in, it's not a simple issue, but I do think everybody is in agreement we need to dig in. And some of these exemptions need to go away and be cleaned up because we are picking winners and losers literally by either you're named in this exemption or you're not. Would everybody agree? Okay. So Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With Chairman Smith having indicated he's willing to take a deeper dive into the endowed fund and the whole topic, at least that's what I understood you were saying, I'm certainly willing to let the House take the lead on that portion, but I do like the idea of the Senate also reviewing the repeal of sales tax exemptions. But I don't know that there's benefit for both chambers looking at the endowed permanent fund. I think that's a pretty big lift that's going to take quite a bit of time. So I'm glad the House volunteered to take the lead on that. So I guess my point is, I don't know what recommendation we were planning, but possibly just let Chairman Smith go ahead and do what he plans to do with the endowed, and both chambers look at the exemptions. That's a recommendation, but how you two determine that out, parse it out, that's fine by me. But.
Well, thankfully, we work very well together, and that I'm sure will continue. I appreciate you guys taking the lead on this, and we'll definitely look to you on the HCR especially. And yes, the Senate will be taking a look at options too. I think the more ideas that we come up with this, the odds are us finding a solution. So, Senator Klump.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to the sales tax exemptions, can we get that resent? And is that what you're looking to discuss next month in detail, go line by line through?
Well, we will, if you want this committee to go line by line, actually, let's the committee take a deeper look at the exemptions. They were handed out, but we will go over those again the next meeting. Maybe what we'll do is maybe look to a couple other states and see what they do. And but yes, and we will. So we won't write the recommendation yet for this completely, but we're pretty solid on the House taking the HCR. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. So any other comments? Representative Smith.
Yeah, just to make one final comment, and this isn't regarding the HCR because, you know, we might take a deep dive into that in the House Tax Committee, but that doesn't mean that's all we're looking at. Last year, over the last couple of years, we've had some proposals to sunset some of the current exemptions and just make them reapply for it. And maybe that's a good idea. Should these be permanent exemptions? Once they get them, they're golden forever. We'll continue to take a look at that in the House. Also, one thing we took a pretty serious look at is trying to make some categorical exemptions rather than picking winners and losers. And as you stated, we're actually naming organizations in statute. You get it, you get it, you don't, you don't. Perhaps we should take a step back and say, okay, for instance, the House proposal was if you're a 501c3 in good standing, if you are a not-for-profit organization, some of them, a lot of the big ones that can afford lobbyists, already have that exemption. Should we make that just the underlying qualification for that exemption? All 501c3s would qualify for that. That way it gets us out of the business of picking winners and losers. Again, I would still think we would be wise to have a sunset on some of those, but just because we're taking a deep dive into the HCR doesn't mean that we won't continue to look at these others, because I think there's a lot of good solutions other than just the HCR that we could pursue.
So, committee, the more that we look at this, I agree with you, and we need to do this. Would the committee want another day just to concentrate on sales tax exemptions, and we don't focus on anything else except sales tax exemptions, a deeper dive, and then we could possibly come out with recommendations? An additional day, yeah. Is everybody? Okay, so I don't know if they're still approving days or not, but we may, I think it's that important. I really do. And there's, every time you hear the sale, I mean, we keep bringing up different topics and issues on the sales tax exemption. So I think one more day wouldn't hurt. And then, but we'll ask. And if we don't get that, then we'll take a smaller dive and do what we can during session. I'm afraid it's going to be a difficult, you've all heard, the session's going to be much like it was this year. And so that's why we need to do as much as possible as we can before session starts. So, Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one thing on all these exemptions, is there a way for us to get a sense of the state, what the return on the investment of those exemptions are? Because I think that that's important. We do all these exemptions and we never see what it's actually helping us as a state to be able to grant these. A return on the investment of these exemptions. So we give you a 10-year sales tax, a property tax, whatever exemption. Then with that money and those exemptions, what has it actually done? I mean, they give us forecasts that this is going to bring in this amount of money and all this and a quality life, whatever you want to say. But we don't really know, do we, what that return on that exemption is for us? As far as me to be able to sell it to people, they're getting an exemption because the state is going to benefit what?
Right, I understand, and there are some studies out there. I'm not sure a complete study on all of them, but you bring up a good point. So we could definitely look at what benefit the exemptions have. I know it's been proposed, I don't know if you guys have heard or talked about it, but in order to have the exemption, that you have to fill out an application and pay a fee. You know, that seems contradictory, but it might be an easier, more palatable for some people to implement an application and a fee versus removing the exemption. So there are several things that we could look about, but we may have a couple of logistics issues with the LCC. They met today. Yeah. So I'm not sure we'll get another day or not, but we'll move forward either way.
The next item on the list is review of all points which the energy industry is subject to and exempt from taxation. And I probably should clarify that the latter three of these were all kind of lumped together in the original request to the LCC as kind of energy adjacent tax issues, kind of places where in the energy industry and the taxation area of government interface. So they sort of, some of them especially, go kind of part and parcel with each other.
So one of the, and this was the nameplate capacity too. So I know the committee did want more information on that. The last time we met, we reached out to Wyoming, and I think that they're going to be involved in the November meeting. So we'll be trying to find more, we'll get more information for the committee if there's an interest for that or not. Is there anything on those other topics that you would like more information for the November meeting? Is anybody comfortable making any recommendations? We'll handle that in November then. Committee, is there any other business to be brought before us? Seeing none, believe it or not, we're adjourned. We do.
Tuesday, November 18th.
And I would plan starting at 9 a.m. with what we just discussed. Thank you, committee. Thank you.